Mo, 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 the right cut. What's up, everybody? It's me, HTG Brian, back with Mowing Mondays. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Hopefully the audio is good. Let me know if it's a little high or a little low. It's been quite a while since I've done a game stream. In fact, April 4th was the last time we live streamed with any game. So, what is up? What is up? What is up? What just happened? The stream said it was time on my end and now 36 minutes. I don't know. It should be going. We should be good. I've officially activated it. I'm not getting any messages from my mods telling me that I'm totally bad at remembering how to stream. But let's go ahead and go to the top, assuming you guys can hear and see me. It looks like you can see me. It looks like you can hear me. So that being said, Talal, what is up? Welcome to that early notification squad. Wrestling Snowman, good to see you as well in that top 3. And last but not least, Ben, what is up, dude? Good to see you. We also had Kirsten and Raised out there early, as well as Monster. Good to see you, Kim. Welcome back. Appreciate the welcome back to me as well. Restore was out there. GCU. Matt was out there. What up, what up, what up? Alex is back. What's up, Alex? Good to see you. Definitely a short list of early people, as this was sort of an impromptu stream. I mean, not really. I knew I was going to do it, but I didn't really tell anybody. I mentioned that I might, but I didn't really tell anybody until yesterday. I told my mods late last night. Paige, what's up? Good to see you. Welcome back. And Haran, what is up? Welcome to the stream. Sound and visual confirmation. Thank you. All right, so first off, I'm going to chat it up for a minute. It's been a while, so we'll get to some mowing here in a second. I am likely going to need a reminder to turn on my audio for the game, because I have not turned off the game audio yet. In fact, I haven't even launched into the game. I've sort of loaded in. I'm on this first entry screen here, but you can see press any button to play. I sort of forgot to do that. Ah! Well, I said I got to have. Ah! Oh, you guys can't hear it. Okay. That was not supposed to happen, but let's see here. Menu. No, that's the sound effects. We want menu music. All right. So there's no music during the game, but we found out when I was playing this on the Xbox that it definitely did affect me with copyrighted audio. But I wasn't ready to jump into that yet, so we'll push it back or pull it back a little bit. Booyah shout. All right. Wanted to tell a little story. Like, really, it's more of like a question, but there's sort of a story. Okay, so you guys know Gray, right? This is the PS5 version, absolutely. Hence why we've reset the number for what episode this is. I don't know if you guys noticed. I reused the thumbnail, but I put on PlayStation 5 and then zoomed in a little bit to make it different. I also blew my head up a little bit larger than the original thumbnail, so you could tell I'm really happy to be out there mowing. But essentially, Gray sort of coined a phrase. To be completely honest with you, we would have to sit down and talk about it and figure out when the first time we decided to use this term, like, all the time. We'd heard it before. We didn't invent it. I'm not trying to claim that at all. But I feel like one day Gray and I were having a conversation or playing a game, and I honestly think it was that game that he and Tyler and I played. I can't even think of the name of it right now. Revenant? I feel like I shot him and then ran away and then said, "Wasn't me." And then I think that's when, like, he laughed and thought it was, and then he started, like, he coined it as, like, his own phrase. Like, it may have happened differently. I may not be at all close to remembering that correctly, but that's kind of how I remember it. So fast forward, like, you know, a couple years now, and it's, "Wasn't me." That's a pretty standard thing. Oh my gosh, Drex talked me into letting him be outside on his own, and he's already out there barking. But Stefan, welcome. Thanks for the membership. Appreciate you. Oh, we got some flexers out there too. Adam flexing his 20 months. Good to see you, Adam. Appreciate the support there too. Anyways, what I'm getting at is I found out recently that the song by Shaggy wasn't me, right? Like, that's a pretty big thing. For whatever reason, there's like 2 or 3 commercials right now that are using that song. Wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, right? Those guys are going to be here in Oregon in August. Well, actually, it's the first week of September. My bad. First week of September. So I told Gray, bro, you have to come so that we can go to see them live. Like, how funny would that be that, like, wolves and me. Like, we would be like, wolves and me. Like, laughing so hard in the crowd. I mean, there may be some adult beverages being consumed, but I feel like that would be epic. And so Gray and I sort of talked about it. And I'm in no financial position to, like, pay for a trip from Belgium to the US. So, you know, and he was like, bruh, that's So, question for the poll today. Would you support a Gray to the US GoFundMe to get? He does not know about this. If he has showed up and said hi, which I haven't seen him yet, he doesn't know about this. So he has no clue. And when I say support, I'm saying like $1, $5. If you're feeling really generous, maybe 10, right? And it would be one of those stipulations where, like, we would have to figure out the dollar amount that it would be required, right? And then that would be our goal. And then do one of those GoFundMes where if we don't hit the goal, it doesn't process, right? Kind of like a Kickstarter. Like, because I don't want, the goal wouldn't be to just, like, get a couple extra bucks. The goal would be to, like, fund it. Of course, I would chip in, you know. I'm just curious to see if there would be any additional help. Because if we could get this going to where, you know, I mean, I'm thinking it would probably be somewhere around $2,000 US, $2,500 at US dollars. That's a lot. That's a lot of $1, right? But the power of Happy Thumbs could make it happen, right? Especially if we're all like, if we got a handful, and I mean, like, couple thousand. If we got a handful of people at $1 a piece, and then Gray and I would record, you know, we'd have to provide some video proof and stuff, right? I just thought that'd be hilarious. And he doesn't know that, so it would be like a super big surprise if and when we open something like that up. So, again, not asking for hundreds of thousands or anything like that. I mean, the goal would be probably a couple grand. But let me know what you guys think about that, because I'd love to get my guy Gray over here. And for those of you who don't know, Gray and I didn't know each other at all prior to, God, I got a fly or a bee flying around in here. The back door's open for Drex to get outside. So we're going to probably see some more of that in the next couple weeks. But, you know, Gray sort of butted his way into a game, into a lobby that wasn't private. And he was like, hey, how you doing, Brian? And I was like, what the crap? How the heck? What is it? Hi, dude, how are you? Like, if you know me, I'm not somebody that does well with new, unasked for people. Like, if somebody just barges in, I usually take kind of like a step back and sort of build a wall. And Gray fought through that wall. And so before I knew it, he was, you know, part of the streams. And so like our friendship and how it evolved is so different than most friendships. So, you know, having something like this happen would be pretty epic. All right, I see a few more people have showed up. Let's see here. Stefan says, many years of enjoying the content, but finally membering up. Hey, appreciate that. Much love. Let's see here. Forgot about that song. Yes. The Drifter from the Hours. What is up? Welcome to the stream. Oh, Haran's in Belgium as well. What up? D-Man, what up? Thanks. Appreciate the love, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, Drifter, do you have FS2? Do you have FS22? What FS22? Help me out. What am I missing? FS22. It's like a tutu? I don't have any tutus. Not into ballerina. But all right, let's see. Oh, got my neighbors loud music. Uh-oh. I like loud music. My neighbor Paul, Tight Pants Joey's dad, always rocking out. It's always like 80s rock too. It's never anything new or older than that. It's always just like blaring loud 80s rock, which is totally fine with me. I grew up with that. All right. Let's see here. So I got the sound changed. So yeah, just a quick update on me and everything else too, now that I got that Gray story out of the way. Took a couple of days off after what was a serious grind. You know, 2 videos a day might not seem like a lot to you guys. It may seem like a lot. Either way, it was definitely, it was like a challenge. Think about this. Most of the Lego playlists have somewhere between like 65 and like 110 videos, right? There are a couple that have more than that, but most of them are, you know, there's usually only 15 to 20 free play levels or story levels, right? So you double those, there's about, you know, 30 to 40 on average. And usually they're probably a little bit longer, right? I mean, some of those levels in the earlier Lego games were 25, 35 minutes long. And some of the collectible levels in Skywalker ended up being 15 to 20 minutes long because of some of the extra routes or some of the backtracking that one had to do to get them all in one go. But, you know, 90 videos, 45 story, 45 free play. You know, at about 2.5 a day is kind of how I was progressing. Yeah, everyone was, how do you get half a video? Well, usually I would record it. I'd scout it and record it and sort of maybe get it edited, maybe not. And then it'd be ready for audio the next morning. And then I'd have to render it and then upload and tag and title it. So it's kind of like a half. And it just made it easier for me to get 2 physical videos on the server every day because I already had one like halfway done when I woke up. So it was a grind. And I'm happy to be playing something else. This seemed like a nice jump to go from something kind of not crazy, but like I said, grindy to something that's just sort of soothing. Like there is a trophy list. I will likely chase down. Oh, Gray's here. What is up, Gray? So yeah, you didn't know nothing about this, did you? You didn't even hear the whole speech, but yeah, feel free to go back and listen. Yeah, so I'm going to play and enjoy this. Hopefully you guys will too. If it does well so far, we're doing better than I expected as far as numbers go. So, you know, if it continues to go up or stays right here, we'll probably bring this back. If you guys want to see something else, you got some suggestions, requests, love to hear them. Feel free to drop them down below in the chat. Anyways, let's go ahead and pick a career slot here and get this going. Last 4 days or 3 days I took off. I took Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. And it was like the weirdest thing, like not sitting down in this chair and work. Like I did release a video on each one of those days or a couple videos each day. But ultimately I didn't do any other work other than like clicking a drop down menu and choosing save after I chose public. Right. So a Friday, I just sort of laid around and I was actually bored out of my mind. I didn't want to play Apex because I wanted to save it for a potential future stream of like a first time reaction playing the new season and all that. And other than that, I don't really have a lot of games that I want to play. I thought about playing Ghostwire Tokyo, but it never really called me. And I just don't have any other games like, you know, Horizon, I didn't finish. But like I'm kind of in that spot where I went in sort of under-leveled, I think is what we established. Even though I did well on the other big bosses under-leveled, even though a couple of them were strong, I still managed to get through it. I don't know that I'll get through it without having to like revert and do a bunch of stuff over. So that didn't appeal to me very much. And I didn't want to play any of the other games that I had that were potentially for stream. So I was like, man, I don't have no games to play. So I fired up my Xbox. Thought, oh, I got Game Pass. Man, there isn't nothing on Game Pass I wanted to play. So I just sat around all day. I ended up taking Drex for a long walk. I've been doing that. I've been doing a lot more walks now that it's nice out with him, and he loves it. And then Saturday, I ran a rototiller. We got it last week, but it was kind of broken, so we had to get some advice on how to fix that, and I did, and I managed to get it. And I rototilled for like, I don't know, a couple hours on Saturday, so major yard work. And then the next day I did like so much string trimming, and I kind of got in the mode. I was like, ooh, tomorrow mowing Mondays, let's do this. So I'm skipping the tutorial, but just know that that's probably a very bad decision. Because it's been a while since I've played this. Let's go HTG. I mean, enter company name. I mean, we could Happy Thumb Gardeners. Let's see if it'll accept it. I don't know how many characters we're working with. Happy Thumb Grr. All right, so we'll have to back out of that. There. I guess we could just go with Happy Thumbs, right? I think that's what we did last time. I don't even remember, to be honest with you. It wasn't that long ago, but long enough, apparently. Happy Thumbed. All right, Happy Thumbs. Okay, so company logo. I think last time we chose... There might be more this time. I don't know. This looks like one of the gas company logos. I don't remember which one it is, but... Ooh. House on the hill. Little house on the prairie. I don't know. They're all just basic. All right, let's go with the mower this time. What up, Wildbrick? So we got company name, company logo. Okay. I didn't edit my player at all. Let's go to let's see if we can find the closest one. I don't want to I don't even remember if you can make custom adjustments, but let's see if we can find the closest one to me. I don't know, that dude's pretty pasty. I feel like he's got a nice reflective face, much like myself. This dude's got a little bit of scruff. It's usually me. The ones are... We'll go with this dude. Avatar 7. What happens when you shave everything? I don't know. You get 100%. You get to move on to the next level. All right. Okay, we got uniform colors, logo placement. We're good with placement. Change hat. I feel like the hat needs to be yellow. That's funky yellow. Let's go to... what about... Yeah, okay. Uniform colors. Gotta be yellow. Got to be the yellow. Got to be the yellow. All right. Now we're mowing the grass. You know, kind of like cooking with gas, but mowing the grass. There's going to be a lot of bad puns today, guys. I mean, there just is. Whether there will be another lawnmower karaoke or not, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I cannot promise or deny that I will not have songs pop into my head along the way. All right, so last time I made the mistake of buying the Stiga, I think, or is it the S-Tiga? I don't know. I'm really bad with these names. I did check out a trophy achievement guide. I didn't really read much of it. I sort of read the synopsis for story mode and how it actually says something about, let me see here. First of all, too, let me back up and just say, too, there is a corrupt save file issue happening on the PlayStation. Now, it seems to be referencing the PlayStation 4, which I am playing on the PlayStation 5, so hopefully that won't be a factor at all. But let me just say this. If I get a week or two or a couple, 3 hours into today's stream, and I get what is being referred to as a soft crash that results in my data being corrupted, we'll have to, take a poll off stream to see if you guys really want to see this come back or not. Because then I have to start all over and do whatever I'm doing today all over again. So hopefully I won't run into that. Now, I don't think we'll get to the platinum on stream, or if we do, I might do some mowing off stream because it's expected to take 60 to 80 hours. And if we average 4 hours a stream, there's a lot of streams, a lot of mowing Mondays. So, you know, there is DLC and some other stuff, but it's not out yet, I guess. But there's some dino. In fact, let's. I want to show you guys this because this wasn't out on the Xbox either at the time. No. So there's Ancient Britain, which has 6 trophies, but this is the one I wanted to check out. Dino Safari. It looks like Jurassic Park-ish type stuff. Find a valuable herbivore valley, find a valuable crustaceous canyon. So we got to find valuables. I'm probably just going to be a golden piece of trash or something. Trash. But yeah, I look forward to that. What up, Brad? Be Brad in the house. Good to see you, Occupied. Sneaking in here. All right. So I do believe this was the good guy. The mulcher. It allows me to mow and mulch. So there's certain types of contracts coming up that I won't be able to use if I get just this guy. But at the same time, the mulcher can be a pain in the arse, leaving stuff behind if it's too tall. And this guy's a side discharge, which requires a fair amount of pre-planning. So I can't be willy-nilly all over the place, where this guy I sort of can. So I'm going to go ahead and spend a lot of money on this right here. It's going to basically leave me broke as a joke. Booyakashow, the dream begins. Purchase your first vehicle. All right, so I have $250, which is going to only purchase the one string trimmer. So mine was electric. So I was being very, world conscious. I was not polluting. I went through 3 batteries, so I had to charge a bunch. So that might have, there's that whole thing. Like, I still want to know, like, obviously exhaust fumes are probably way worse than like heat expelled from charging a battery, but I don't know. All right, we're holding strong on the vote for today. That's awesome. Appreciate that. And just know, like I said, like it'd be one of those things where if we do it, it would be an all or nothing type of thing. Like we're gonna hit our goal and get his butt over here, or we wouldn't accept it. Let's see here. Happy Thumbs. I'm trying to finish Lego Lord of the Rings and probably using your free play vids when I will finish the story. Nice. Yeah, those are old, but still very useful. If you are, by any chance, looking for a cheat sheet to get to that playlist, let me see if I can beat Raised. Got her. I feel like she was itching to get that out there for you, but there's the playlist for Lego Lord of the Rings. Let's see here. Guitar Hero, what is up? Thank you for your Lego videos. They've been super helpful. Nice. Appreciate that. Hey, I also wanted to mention something else. Really? I feel terrible. And I actually looked it up this morning, but for some reason I couldn't find the place where it shows me the person. There's a new feature that has been added to YouTube. You will likely not be able to see it right now as you are watching a live stream, or assuming that you're watching it live. It could be a replay. But there's a new button that pops up. So you've got like, save and like and dislike or whatever all those options are, right? Well, there's a new one that should be called Super Thanks. Super Thanks gives users the ability to basically tip for a certain video. So like, let's say you use the Lego Lord of the Rings playlist. I'm not asking or suggesting that you do this. That's just an example. If you use it and you get to 100%, you're feeling super generous. Like, wow, that was so helpful and funny. I'm going to click the super thanks and drop $1 to say thanks for your guides, right? Awesome. So another way on top of joining. A lot of people have been joining lately too. In fact, I think we've peaked out. I think we got like 45 or 46 members right now, which might be more than we've ever had at one given time. There's always 2 or 3 that come in and then we'll lose 3 or 4. And then 5 or 6 will come in and we'll gain, we'll gain and lose. But anyways, looks like Kirsten was trying to tell me something, but then had second thoughts or maybe mistyped it. But yes, I'm still learning about the super thanks, but we got our first super thanks. And my whole point was sort of to let you guys know it was there, but also to say thanks to the person. But of course, as I already mentioned, I can't remember the name. And I looked for it. I even went to the monetization area. In fact, I'm looking at it right now. And when I look at supers, I didn't click to see all, so maybe that'll change it. See, I see lots of names here, but not a super thanks. So I don't know if they haven't incorporated that into, because it says super chat, super chat, super chat, super sticker, super sticker, super chat, super chat. There are all these different types, but it does not have any super thanks. And I know we got one the other day. I know we did. But yeah, super thanks. Brand new, pretty cool. And, like I said, if you're feeling super generous or whatever, that would be an awesome way. You could show the super thanks button during the next game, Ray. Good. I already feel like I've talked about it more than I should, although most people won't know it even exists. I've been called an e-beggar before for mentioning my Patreon or whatever. Like people seem to think that like I am a millionaire because I have a YouTube channel. Not the case. If I'm being honest too, not that y'all asked or wanted to know, but right now my money, so views, watch time, everything, right? About the same as it's been for the last 2 or 3 months. We had a little bit of a swell from Lego Star Wars. That's all great. You'll see at the game break. The numbers, the subs, the watch time, views, all up or even with where we are. Money, down. Like, probably a quarter. Could you imagine just all of a sudden one day waking up and working every day and then going, oh my gosh, a quarter of my days I'm not going to get paid for. Like, that's real. So I try not to talk about it, but I also do like the memberships on YouTube, the Patreon support. Like, that does help in months like right now, which is stupid because we got our first Lego game in like 3 years and my numbers are down. Maybe the channel is dead. People keep showing up saying, I feel so bad for you, man. Your channel's dead. I'm like, no, it's not. We got 1 million views this month. Well, apparently 1 million views doesn't matter anymore because it's not equaling the same. But yeah, so, you know, in regards to potentially talking about it, that's a good idea. I don't have a huge plan right now for the game break. It is going to happen. And I mean, it's what, like a week from tomorrow. So, but I do have a few things. I think Kirsten has seen one particular thing that I'm going to share. It's mind-blowing. What up, Greg? It's mind-blowing. Kirsten, do you remember what I'm talking about? It's the gift I got wifey. I think you know what I'm talking about. I don't think I showed it to Race. I might have showed it to Race too. The last few days have been a blur. I'll just say this. I'm not an adult that consumes many adult beverages. I am known for drinking a certain peanut butter porter beer in the summer. But my wife suggested that I try some bourbons, and I found a bourbon that I like, and I've been drinking a lot of bourbon lately. In fact, I almost drank too much bourbon last night that I almost couldn't stream today. I was having a little bit of a rough, slow morning, but that's neither here nor there. We don't need to talk about my bad habits anymore. But yeah, it's a thing. All right, let's go ahead and get to mowing. Mowing all the grass. Mowing. Disc. Yeah, so I found my wife showed up one day and was like, hey, I was at the store and like I asked him what, you know, would be a good sipping spirit for my husband who doesn't drink and he likes sweet things. And so she comes home with a locally distilled drink. It's called brown sugar bourbon. BSB, brown sugar bourbon. Oh yeah, no, we don't want to skip the ground check. We got to go get that stuff. So it's like really sweet and it's almost like liquid candy. Kind of like like a brandy of sorts or whatever, right? But because some brandies are like super sweet and nummy. This particular one is really brown sugary, which is like one of my favorite flavors. Brown sugar and maple, like, oh my gosh, I love those two, especially together. But what I don't love is cinnamon. I'm not a huge fan. Like, I don't hate cinnamon, but I'm not a huge fan. And so like you take a sip and it's like brown sugar, and then it's like cinnamon. So went back and I was like, went to the the bourbon section, and they have I don't know if all liquor stores are like this, but like there are people designated to each section. So like there's a bourbon guy. Hey Stephen, thank you so much for the super chat. They see me mowing my front lawn, they roll their eyes because I'm so white and nerdy. That's it. That's about right. That's pretty accurate, really, if I'm being honest. That's a good one. I like it. Appreciate the super chat. So I talked to the bourbon guy, and the bourbon guy goes, caramely, vanilla-y, you'll love this. I don't know, maybe, Greg. I talked about that a little bit, but I'm not 100% sure yet. It's 60 to 80 hours to plat, so probably not on stream, but maybe on my, free time or whatever. Okay, so gotta adjust the cut. Okay, so my cut is supposed to be between 13 and 20. Okay, no, my bad. That's how high it is. 5 and 6. Okay, so where's my meter again? Okay. And circle lowers the deck. Oh. Woo, Twitter! Thank you, Ben. Hopefully I got it good. Vanilla bourbon that I really like. Ooh, let me know, because I got home. I guess I could turn this down. I don't need like the lawnmower to be as loud as a legit lawnmower. I got home and I poured a little, you know, with some ice, and I kicked it back, and it was so dry. So like I went from like this totally tolerable nom-nommy brown sugar with like a really hard finish of cinnamon I didn't like to like a really dry, and it wasn't sweet at all. So like, gosh, I'm not even, where's my camera? Let's see here. There we go. It was very different. Not what I expected. Not sweet, and like after a few, you know, goes at it, I could tell, you know, that there is the tones there, but it's not like the other one's like liquid candy, right? So big difference, like tones versus like actual flavor. So I'm looking for something that's maybe it's called Jefferson's Reserve, I think is the name of the stuff I got. Boy, I am not getting this edge very good. I haven't got fined yet for any flowers, but that's coming any second. %, good to go. Thank you, Ben. AKA Happy Thumbs Twitter button. Yeah, I tried to set it all up this morning. I double checked the link worked this time, because last time, I'm not kidding, when I did that Looney Tunes unboxing, the blind bags, I legit used the share button, copied that, pasted it, and then for some reason it gave me a link to Lego Star Wars, which was really weird. I've never had that happen. And I mean, I don't know if like my copy and paste like didn't work. Oh yeah, I forgot how this thing like, it's got like the crab walk. Yikes. You guys seen that crab walk commercial with LeBron and that new, is it Ford? I feel like it's Ford. It's got the I can't see what I'm doing though. Oh my god, did I not get fined once for any of that? I've almost made a full lap, y'all, without doing any. Ah! Why'd I have to say anything? What's up, Darth? Welcome to the stream. I don't hate your name. How about that? Is that good enough? What about good raise at my? Oh, I'll try to do that on my own. As I mow along. Mow the lawn. Oh, that's a bad one. We used that one before. I'll try to be original too. Although it's been a while, so I don't even remember what bad jokes I dropped on you last time. Because last time I was bad. Bad enough that we got a full-on remix video by one of our own viewers, which was pretty dope. It's always fun having those kind of things presented. Like, it's fun making them on my own, too, right? Because I have a little bit more control, and then I get to deliver my humor in my way. But having somebody else do it is even better, because then, like, it's a surprise, and you don't know what to expect. Which is awesome. But yeah, I wanted something low skill-based, low stress for today. My return, I wanted it to be good. You know, I know everybody has fun, like, you know, calling my bluff and like pointing fingers at me, and you know, like Nom shows up and gets everybody riled up and drops pretty good like facts that are usually like Brian disses, right? But there are some times that the chat, and you may be part of this, sometimes it just becomes really toxic, you know, and like it's one thing like, ha ha ha, Brian died, let's count a death. Sometimes though, like you guys are like, die, yes, he died, you know, and it's like, I don't know, I mean, maybe that's fun for you guys. For somebody who doesn't want to like pop his top and like unleash the fury, it's not always fun, right? So although I do enjoy some good banter and I've got some tough skin you know, I am human, and I definitely don't always love those scenarios. So knowing today was going to be my first day back, I thought, okay, definitely not going to play something like Uncharted or something where I'm going to die a lot and get harassed for it. I don't know if, can you see the flying horse in here? There's legit a horse with wings flying around in this, and I hope it's a fly. I mean, I hope it's not like a bumblebee or something. Not that a bumble would mess with me, but. Oh yeah, and speaking of bees, if you guys haven't already, if you have a Lego account, especially if you have a Lego account, if you don't and you still want to help me out, please go to our Facebook page and click the link for the Lego Ideas Honey Set. It's like the coolest thing. It's a beehive honey extraction full-on setup. It is killer. And I'd love to help this creator get this approved by Lego and make it a real set so I can buy it. Like, I wasn't kidding. If you read the post on the Facebook page, it legit says, my wife wants to get beehives. I'm not kidding. Christmas, birthday, Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, every single one of those, when I would go, feeling good, I got your gift secured, she'd be like, is it a kayak? No, it's not a kayak. Is it a dog? No, it's not a dog. Is it a beehive? No. Well, then I don't want it then. And she's kidding when she says that, but like, listen, a woman can only say those things so many times before the man realizes she means business. And so I'm actively looking into the kayaks right now. The one she wants is $1,200, and I want to get one too. So I'm trying to like not spend $2,500 on kayaks and equipment, right? So I'm like, let's get an entry level one first. But hey, boo. Wait a minute. Today, that dude who just came on, I'm 99.9% today is his birthday. I'm 99.9% today is my buddy BHU. That's my Canadian friend that I always talk about. He goes all the way back to my SOCOM days. Like, we've known each other since, like, I think 2002 was when we met. So 20 years. That's a long time. Hey, it's what's up? So anyways, by getting that beehive set, it might help me prolong her needs a little bit. But yeah, it would be really cool. So I have to be honest, I don't know how responsible I am for it, but I had some words with the creator the other day. He posted it on a Lego group that I'm a part of again and just said, hey, if you haven't already, please go vote. And so I told him, I said, hey, bro, I've posted this for my Lego channel, or my YouTube channel that's kind of predominantly Lego based. And I said, I'm hoping to get you some more views and votes. And he said, oh my God, that'd be so great. Thank you, I appreciate it. So I went and posted it on a couple, I think I posted it on our Twitter and on our Facebook. And when I looked originally, there was like 3,400 votes or something like that. When I looked this morning, there's like 4,002. I can't imagine that we helped that many, but I do feel like I probably got a few of you to sign up for it. And if you haven't already, again, check out our Facebook page. It's like Saturday's post, maybe Friday's post. It shouldn't require much scrolling if you go to the page. And that would be awesome. And at some point, I'm serious, at some point, my wife and I have a couple of ideas. We've talked about ordering a bunch of bricks and making our own. So, you know, at some point I may be asking you guys to like help me vote my own in. But for now, let's vote some other people's in and help make their dreams a reality. Because like, that's awesome. And for the record, that's not the only idea set that I voted. I've been a part of that community for years, and I voted on a lot of sets. Most of the sets that I have voted for, I have not seen come to life yet. The Flintstone one came to life, and then like a dummy, I ended up not buying one because I was sort of in a financial bind when those were out, and I had to choose between that and like real stuff. And so I chose the real stuff, like a good parent should do. Although, if I had an opportunity to buy one now, I probably wouldn't buy it. I know they're available, they're just really expensive because they're retired. Roy, what is up? Welcome to the stream! Endless Uncharted Crushing Death. Yeah, that's right, you've been playing the Lost, whatever it is, Lost Legacy? Thieves? Legacy of Thieves. I don't know, whatever. The female Uncharted. The Girls Weekend Out. Uncharted edition. I like the... I don't think I've seen that one. Yeah, mocks are cool. MOCs, my own creations that people make, those are actually really cool. Some of them are like mind-blowing. The Optimus Prime one that comes out in like a couple weeks, that was a my own creation that was put on Lego Ideas and voted in. And I actually got my hands on a diner that was created, and they did it different this time. Instead of getting a 10,000 vote to make it a real set and then sell it in mass quantities, they actually put up a vote, and at 3,000, I believe it was, they would make the set. So as long as there was 3,000 people that pre-ordered, they would get the sets. But they were not making any more than 10,000, at least in this first run. And I managed to get one of them. They're not expected to ship until like May, or no. When is it? It's like, I want to, it's like next year. I want to say it's like May or March of next year. So they got my money. They're going to sit on it for a while, but that's okay. Not worried about it. That 50 diner is pretty sweet. But yeah, the Optimus, that'll probably be my next set that I build. I don't know that I'll build it on like a stream or anything, just because I've got like, you know, arthritic fingers and hands at my young age of 44 and a half years old. So I usually tend to take like 20-minute breaks, half-hour breaks in between like hour-long sessions or whatever. So we might check it out, and I might get my builder Reese to help me. He's not been interested in being on streams or doing any cooperative stuff with me. You know, he's a teenager. I'm sure the street cred goes down a little bit when you hang out with your dad too much. But, you know, the fact is, it's Optimus Prime, and I know he's pretty excited for it. You know, he grew up with Transformers 2, mainly because I force-fed it to him. There was definitely some things from my childhood that he needed to be a part of. You know, Looney Tunes was another one, because Looney Tunes was on all the time when I was a kid, but it was kind of hard to find for him. And I remember, like, all the yearly specials that would be on at nighttime, like the movies that would be, like, an hour long, where, like, you know, different things would happen. It wouldn't be just, like, a cartoon block. It'd be, like, specials, right? Where, like, you know, Bugs Bunny would have to do something, and all the while they'd tell other stories along the way. And boy, this horse with wings is really starting to get on my nerves. Girls kicking arsenal. Yes, that works too. I wonder if, I don't remember, is throttle all based on finger position? I wonder if I could set like the max RPM and then have it go slower. Like on my mower that I used to use that was a riding mower, it definitely had a throttle and it also had a speed. So you could have like the throttle ripped all the way to the top, you know, and then you could have the speed going like 1 through 7 actually. It had 7 speeds, 7 gears. And, you know, I was usually in 6 or 7 hauling grass around the place. But, yeah, Grandpa was not happy with that. We'd pull in the driveway and Grandpa would be like, I can tell you're going too fast, you're missing chunks. And I'd be like, what? And I look over and sure enough, there would be like patches that were not great. All right, let's go ahead and loop-de-loop this guy. See if we can avoid doing, every time I talk about it, I tend to be bad at it. So I need to just not mention the flower shearing. So I keep waiting for Teflon to show up, but I feel like he might be a little embarrassed about his Miami Heat. Oh, I'm just kidding. They're in tough shape though tonight. Jimmy Butler, they're arguably their best player, is going to play, but he's got a knee injury, and he only played half the last game, so it's not a high expectation for him to play very much tonight. And Tyler Hero, arguably their second, maybe their third best player, one of their highest average scorers. He was 6th man of the year in the NBA, so a very big asset to the team. he's not playing tonight. And I'm not sure why. I don't know if he's hurt. I don't know if he has like the health and safety protocols or whatever, because they're really strict about COVID tests in the NBA. Which, by the way, I mean, not to get into like health and safety talk or whatever, but be careful out there, guys. It's ramping itself back up. I don't think it'll ever be like it was, but my father spent much of Thursday in the urgent care room being tended to, and almost got sent to the emergency room or ICU because his temperature was so high it wouldn't break, and he was coughing. He could barely breathe. Like, so they had him, you know, giving him a little bit of oxygen here and there, and it wasn't good. It wasn't good. And when I talked to him on Saturday evening, he told me that his wife is now going through it. Her temp is way up there, and it is COVID. They took at-home tests and then went in and had the, what is it, the PCR or whatever they call them, tests that take like a whole day to get back, and they came back too. And then he took another one, was it yesterday morning? Yeah, so he's taking one every day, an at-home test, and then he took the PCR on either Thursday or Friday whenever he was there. But I haven't texted him today. I talked to him a little bit last night. He said he's doing better. So like that, you know, and for what it's worth, you know, whatever your beliefs are or whatever, that's fine. I'm not encouraging anything. But my dad is like, you know, he's older and he's fully boosted, whatever shots they've recommended he's got. And you know, they kind of feel like he'd be in worser shape. So hopefully this is his last bout with it, because he's had 3 bouts with COVID. He's had, I think, basically like every variant that's been tossed out there. And he's been pretty bad shape a couple of times. So, but it's, you know, that last Omicron or whatever wasn't really hurting people, wasn't doing much, but I'm being told it got stronger. I mean, I don't really know. I'm not a doctor, so again, I'm not trying to put fear or try to encourage any choices of anything. I'm just saying, like, my dad is old. He has had booster shots and still got pretty sick. I have not had a booster in a while. Like, I got the one, but I have not had another. I just kind of figured, hey, we're done. We don't need any more. But because I'm not somebody who gets the flu shot on average. Like, I'm one of those people that gets the flu shot and then gets really sick with the flu. But if I don't get the flu shot, I like once every 3 or 4 years I'll get the flu. So it's like I either can make myself sick every year or take a chance and be sick every couple years with that one. So, but you know, I've definitely had a different stance on the other stuff. I've been a little more proactive, just because I've had some people close to me had some pretty scary situations. My buddy Greg, who had it, was in ICU for a week. He's living a pretty normal life now. In fact, he and I are supposed to touch base today. He's got a Volkswagen R32, a Golf R32 that he's been building up, and it's basically done. So I'm stoked. I haven't ridden in it yet. I look forward to it. But he's got a buddy that's going to give me an estimate on my car, too, because my clear coat on the paint of my trunk hatch of my GTI is pretty yucko. It's like peeling off. And buddy thinks he can fix it, so I'm going to give him a go at it and see what he's going to charge me for it. Because I've already got a couple of other quotes for it, and it's like over $1,000. And the saddest part about it is that, like, yes, it's terrible. I want to fix it because it's needing to be fixed. But really, I wanted to put some vinyl wrap on the top of my car. So I want my roof to be black. Like, a lot of the accents on my car are black. I've got black vent visors, like the wind guards. I've got, you know, black wheels, black tires. I've got black mirrors. I've got a lot of dark accents on my car. And so anyways, I want to do that to the top, but that's more money, right? And
then I want to drive it and race it. But I mean, gas is $5.50 a gallon right now. $5.40 a gallon right now in Oregon. It's crazy. I don't know what is going on with all that, but I'm ready for it to be over. Like, seriously, like, it definitely needs to be done sooner than later. You know, I've been like half throttle through this yard, thinking I might leave some fray behind, but I just gave her the onion through that strip, and it didn't look like it affected at all. Gas is 6. Yeah. You probably can get away without putting premium in your car though, huh? My car won't run right. Like, I'm serious. Like, due to my tune and everything that I have on my car, it won't run right off like anything below premium. Like, you get into that 89 octane and that like it doesn't, it's not good. In fact, I was even getting a lesser known brand that's, well, it's a well-known brand, but it's a lesser known for quality. And I had some receipts. I think I told you guys this before. I had some receipts in my door panel. And when I had my car worked on, my mechanic saw that. And I got an earful. He's like, bro, what are you doing? He's like, do you want to have to rebuild your engine because of, you know, too much excessive knock and valve clash? Because you're messing with that right now. And I was like, what? He's like, do not get that. It's like, all right. So I had to quit getting that gas, which it was one of those reward program places too, where, you know, we spend so much money, you get like 10 cents a gallon off and everything. And so when I told my wife I couldn't go there anymore, she was like, yes, I get the 20 and 30 cents off a gallon all of my, but then she's got the car that does 45 miles per gallon. Yeah, our Prius does 42 to 45 miles per gallon, mainly because she does a lot of highway driving between here and Woodburn, which is about 35 miles. So interesting. And, you know, my car gets about 230 to 250 miles per tank, and it costs about $70 to fill it up right now, versus her car only taking about $45 to fill up. Completely different scenario. No, that's square. No. Circle? If you want to get off the vehicle anywhere, then press and hold circle. I thought I was doing it, but... Okay, it wants a long press. Giggity. Alright, let's get paid. We got one done. What up, DD? What up, Zuhair? Welcome. What world would I recommend doing first? Well, you'd think I'm outside actually in this stuff. So the first planet... Okay, so let me just say this. You're welcome to pick whatever planet you like. There is no, like, specific one you need to take first, but just be aware of this. There are some planets that have quests that will be unlocked by completing quests on other planets. I don't have like a cheat sheet list of what those quest names are and what planets they are, but I do know this. Tyler has provided me and me only. I'm not like super special. It's just for video making purposes. He's given me a couple of tips on planets. Basically, you know, you have to, he always suggests doing the planet before the space area. So, you know, there's always that like outer area around the planet and then the planet itself. And sometimes the planet will have multiple stops. Always do the planet first, he suggests, then do the space. I'm not exactly sure if there's, I think he said there was a couple of events or things that happen after you do stuff. So for video purposes, again, if I'm trying to do all of the space stuff first, but some of it's unlocked by being on a planet, then I'm going to have to come back to the space stuff at the end and the whole goal of doing it. So you see what I'm saying? So like some of it doesn't matter to you guys as a player, but as somebody who's trying to methodically nail and knock out all these things as consistent and sequential as possible, right? Because the less travel we have to do back and forth, the videos are going to have that travel time edited down, if not out. But you guys traveling, that's not something. So I always try to minimize all of that stuff. That being said, boy, I just scratched my thumb, and apparently I caught a snag, and I'm bleeding, so that's fun. Bleeding Thumbs Gaming, let's go. So I have a couple of cheats here. It says Takodana before us crew, which is Coruscant. I'm probably saying that wrong. Coruscant before Jakku. Utapu before Geonos before Naboo. Kashyyyk before Tatooine. Naboo for Tatooine, and then Tatooine for a lot. So it sounds like Kashyyyk or Naboo might be one of the better ones to start with, and then, you know, do Kashyyyk, Naboo, Tatooine, and then, oh, damn it, did I just get blood on? Damn. I don't have any, like, tissue or anything right here either. Like, it's not bad, but I am bleeding. Like, I don't know if you can see that or not. Like, I sort of scratched myself yesterday. Today, let's see if my wife has any tissue. Of course not. Yes. I found a napkin. So, you know, and, you know, other people out there too, you have to disagree with Tyler's tip. Why would you disagree? Well, you probably found yourself having some extra planet tasks at some point, or you will at some point, because he says that there are some planets. I think there's three. And again, those are not tips for every player, as I mentioned. So make sure you listen to all of the stuff before you throw a temper tantrum. The fact is that if I'm trying to prevent you guys from having to travel a lot, so if you have to do stuff in space and then you have to load into the planet and then later you have to load back out to space, if we can avoid that by doing the planets first and then just loading into space, that'll save, you know, anywhere from a minute to 5 minutes on each video, right? And then you start doing 24 videos. That could be, you know, up to an hour of travel time that you guys didn't have to do because you did them in the proper order. Now, you can do them. You can do them in whatever order you want. You could start with Tatooine and then go to the other 5 planets that have quests to unlock for Tatooine. And then you could travel back to Tatooine every single time you do that if you want. But I'm not the type of person that wants to spend 700 hours in a game if I only need to spend 100 hours in a game. So definitely just tips to sort of create a more efficient route. Again, as I said at the very beginning, you're welcome to play whatever planet in whatever order, space or planet first. But to optimize your load times and your play time, by doing them in certain orders, it will help. And with my videos, that's where it really matters. But again, your game playing, you know, I mean, if Kirsten's trying to get more time into her streams, then that would make a lot of sense why you'd, I mean, don't do them in any particular, do them in the slowest order so you can get as much time out of it as you want. But if you're trying to not spend a bunch of time, that's what those tips become helpful. What up, Rube the Gamer? What is up? Just saying, I think it would be cool if you played Crash Bandicoot. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't at all. That game is no. Oh man, not a big fan of those old early PS1 titles and stuff. I got a little taste of it on what is it, Uncharted? You know. And I'm bad. You don't want to see that. Trust me. I don't want to play it, and you don't want to see it. So, all right. First lawn officially done. Look at that. It took me an hour to press the button, but let's see here. We got so insufficient funds to upgrade. I don't think I need to do any maintenance technically because let's see here. Where HQ advertisement. Yeah, how much monies do I have? $3.95. I don't think I have enough to do any. Oh, I do have social media. Okay. Okay, attention career mode. No, I don't want to. I don't want to leave. I want to work. Oops. Confirm contract. Sorry, I had a message come in. Not related to any of this, but needed my response. Okay, start. Let's go. Yeah, really, really bad at Crash Bandicoot. And like those forward running or whatever games, I'm not a fan. Do you guys see this stupid fly? Do you see this stupid fly? And I don't want to swing at him because I got a microphone, I got lights, I got cameras. Action! Boo. All right. Rocket! Yeah! Cleaning the lawn up first! Rocket! Yeah! So we don't make them burst! One more. Whoa! Sky high! So it seems like the PlayStation version is sort of broken in the draw distance category as well. Like you can see the items in the yard way out there, which is kind of fun. Boo, just boo. Don't you boo me. Get out of here with your boos. Oh, funny number! Funny number! Okay, start engine. Vroom, vroom. Throttle up. And let's go. And then we want this view. It's also quieter. Oh. Gotta get that height. Gotta get that height right. Gotta get that height right. 6 to 7. All right. Whoa, no. Whoa, me. There we go. This yard does not look nearly as tall as that last yard was. We have a really small yard at our house now. In fact, once you do like the outline, the outer edges along like our planter boxes and along the deck and stuff, there isn't much room left to mow. So I actually did. I used the string trimmer to mow our actual yard yesterday. It's not the evenest it's ever been. A little bit of scuff marks here and there. And of course it left the cut grass or the string trimmed whipped grass, whip it good, on the ground. But all in all, you know, with it being so hot, it's like 70, it's supposed to be 73 or 74 today. And it was 72 yesterday. So it's drying out that grass pretty fast, which is nice. City Undercover is his favorite. That is true. She's not wrong. She is not wrong. I have enjoyed Skywalker Saga quite a bit. It's definitely a number 2. I haven't gotten through free roam yet, so I can't fairly evaluate the whole thing yet. But you know, all in all, it's everything I'd hoped it would be, and I love Star Wars, so very much a pleasant experience. I did hear that the patch sort of messed some things up. I don't know if you guys have heard this or not, but there's at least one race that they changed the time on it. So I think the time for me when I got it was like 60. And I think when I did the challenge, when I actually tried to do the race, I think my best time was like 47 or something like that. I honestly don't remember, but they changed it, and now like it's or no, maybe it was 100 and now it's down to 40 or so. Something's back, like it's completely different. And it's almost seemingly impossible. Like when I heard the numbers, I was like, what? Yeah, I've gotten multiple comments about it on a particular video. I think it's now this is pod racing. I want to say I think it's now this is pod racing level. You'll know if you get there and you see a couple comments because they say, "Oh my god!" And one person's like, "I picked the worst time to come back and do free play. What the crap?" I'm sure it's a mistake. I don't think they intended to do that. That's what I told them too. Is I don't think that was an intentional update. I think that something, a value got changed accidentally somewhere or something. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a developer for TT Games, but I feel like that is definitely gonna get fixed. And you know how it is. Whenever they fix something, it always breaks something else. It applies in almost everything. Mechanical work for cars. Usually you got to take something apart to get something in them. Stuff just doesn't like being tampered with, which is why there's that old saying: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The adding of the capital ships did change the 100%. Did it change it or did it not? I've heard both. I've heard that you don't need to do that, and I've heard that it's because it's DLC, right? Like downloadable content historically, especially in Lego games, almost never affects the, wow, there's something on the ground right there that's kicking me sideways. It did, huh? See, I've actually read people arguing about it. Like somebody saying it changed it, and other people saying, no, it didn't. Mine was done, and it doesn't make it. Like, I'll have to ask Tyler, or maybe Gray, if Gray's out there. I know there's more Kyber bricks, but you don't need, there's no more skills or any kind of attributes that you need to spend those bricks on. So technically there's less things that you need to complete. You don't need to complete everything anymore because you'll have extra bricks when you're done, which is typical with Lego stuff, right? You always have extra studs. You always have, extra something. I don't think you did with the mithril bricks, but maybe they did with those too. Yeah, see, I'll have to ask Gray. Gray, are you still out there, dude? I know he's at work, but he would know if it changed it or not for him. I think there were like 3 bricks. No, there's more than that. Did your percentage change? Are you still 100% or no? I want some first-hand knowledge, not some rando stuff, because I've read both. I've legit seen people arguing about it. The Kyber bricks did change, though. They did give us extra. There's more now. I read that as well. That's what see. That's the argument, Kirsten. That's what I'm trying to confirm. I've read both. So I don't know. If you would have hurried up and beat the game already, psh. I'm just kidding. You're way further than I am. Although I'm not too much further behind you. I mean, and percentage and hours played, yes. As far as the number of planets or whatever, like we're not. I mean, you're probably 15 ahead of me, 20 ahead of me. I don't know how many you have left. You have 6 left, so you're 18 ahead of me then. There's a few that are fairly short and a few that are just ungodly huge, right? Like I'm pretty sure Tatooine is one of the large ones. I'm pretty sure Hoth is pretty small. I feel like there was another planet when we were buzzing around in Story that only had like 6 things. Like it was super short. I know there was some space stuff too, but you're not even to free play? How is that even possible, Raised? I know Teflon's not there. Tatooine is large. Like large, are we saying like 40 bricks? Like what, 100 bricks? Yes, I saw that little tuft back there too. I will get it later. I think I've got 1 planet left still. For story-wise? Like, so you're going to Exegol then? Where you battle the Knights of Ren. Spoiler alert! I'm assuming you've seen all the movies, though. Sitting pretty on blades, sitting pretty on vehicle condition. I've been doing a good job of not car ramrodding, which is nice. Yeah, I wondered if we'd see Mega Beard today too. Mega's on a mega vacation right now. Him and his wife and daughter are driving on it's like a 3-week road trip. They're going through multiple states to go see 2 or 3 different groups of family, and obviously drive time in between. As you know, there's definitely going to be some stops, long trips, but. Yeah, I'm not in a hurry to do free roam, if I'm being honest. If you guys have looked at the videos and like the progress they've made, I don't even know if I should even do them, if I'm being honest. Like, half of the free play videos when I last looked had 400 or less views on them. Like half of the free play videos, 400 views. So I don't know what's gonna happen with the future, you guys. Like, if I'm being honest, like, I know that we're not known, and I always say that, like, hey, we're not known for big views or whatever, but we're always known for like getting 1,000 or 2,000 views in like the first couple of weeks, and a couple of the videos have that, but then it falls off after like episode like 7 or 8, like level 8 or 9, something like that. It falls off pretty hard, which is why I opted to take a few days off too and not sweat it at all, because I don't know, most people are plowing through free roam without any help needed. Like, the people that wanted videos from me, that were already ready for videos from me, are reporting that they did not go and find other videos. Like, they did it all on their own. You know, I don't know if Kirsten's been using any assistance from anybody else along the way, or I know that Tyler didn't, I know that Gray didn't. You know, and I don't know a ton of other people that have beat more. I know that Jay, my buddy who runs a Lego Facebook group, he hasn't mentioned needing any help, and he's been saying that it's pretty straightforward and easy. I know that some people have been upset with me that I never did the Lego Marvel free roam, but everyone jumps in and goes, oh, this is really easy. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, there's part of me that's like, for all the work it's gonna be, like, I'm just being honest, like, even streaming those, you know, trying to put it all together and everything, like, I will likely do it. I like to bitch and moan about stuff, and then I always end up doing it, but, you know, like, I do wonder how essential they are and how much they will benefit people, if at all. If they will even be, you know, I mean, I've got some videos that were made 6-7 years ago that still haven't even hit 500 views, and a lot, like the Uncharted 4 series, hours went into each video, like hours, and then to just know that like years later they still are, most people don't even know they exist, that's sort of crushes the soul a little bit. Hitting targets. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I personally feel like it would benefit me to do the guides if and when I do them versus doing streams, because the guides I wouldn't be able to edit. Like, you know, congrats to YouTube for having a video editor online, but it doesn't work as well as you would want it to, especially if you have like 2 or 3 hour videos. It takes so long for this stuff to process. Even removing like 20 seconds of audio or something, in my experience, can take 2 days. 2 days for it to finish processing. That's ridiculous. Some of the shorter stuff, I'm sure it's easier. And that's probably what it's intended for, is, you know, 5-10 minute clips or whatever. But in my case, with like long streams, you can't really edit those down or anything. It'd be cool if I could. I mean, I could stream them and then go edit them, like download the file and then edit them in my editor, but then that doesn't make any sense either. Like, I mean, I guess I could pull the streams and then make, I don't know, you guys. But then my face cam would likely be there too, or it wouldn't, you know, so it's like, there's always like all these factors that make me, like, and once I get like 7 or 8 of those, like, I don't knows, I'm like, overload. What up, Lucas? What up, Dalton? Welcome to the stream, guys. What's happening? How are you? I am doing well. I'm just getting my mow on. Now that we've got our hands on the PlayStation version, I'm gonna try to track the trophies a little bit more than I was. On the Xbox, I was just playing because I was playing. It was fun. It was on the Game Pass. I played it once or twice as a joke, and it seemed to do very well analytically. People liked it. Got quite a lot of views comparatively to some of the other games that we were playing at the time. So I stuck with it. And once I saw that there was a PlayStation version with a platinum trophy, I thought it was maybe time to revisit this. And being such a soothing, fun game with little room for harassment or error or whatever, thought it would be a good way to bring it back. Boy, the draw distance on this game is funny. Like, the flowers are loading in, like, when I'm right on top of them sometimes. It's crazy. To be honest with you, I bought it like 2-3 weeks ago. I think it was 20 bucks, which is probably a lot. Especially, I don't know how much it is on PC or what it is on Xbox without Game Pass. I got you know, a 3-month deal for Christmas, and then I bought 2 3-month deals for Christmas. So I had 9 months, and then I did like a free 3 months. So I ended up getting like a full 12 months of Game Pass signed up, but I haven't been playing it much, so I'm kind of wasting it. I know my buddy Bobby Robert told me, you know, wait till you're actually using it. Don't punch them all in, because those codes don't go bad, right? Like, a gift card for a 3-month doesn't go bad ever, so I shouldn't have punched them all in. I was worried that I was going to lose them, right? Like, I was going to misplace them and not know where they were, and then I was going to miss out on 3 months, but I punched them in, so I'm probably going to miss out on 3 months anyways, because I'm not using it. I know I hadn't even turned on my Xbox Series X since like March, and I turned it on the other day, and like the controller was super dusty and gross. Like, it was gross. It hadn't been touched. All right, let's go do this roundabout. Uh-oh, I hear Drex. What up, Drexy? You saying hi to everybody? Hold on, let me get this roundabout done, and then I will, Oh, hi. What are you doing? You just sleeping? I don't think you guys can see him right now, can you? He's off stream. Let's see. All right. Yeah, he's off stream. He's there, though. He's sleeping. He must have been out in the sun, catching some sun rays, and now he's probably cooling off up here in the cool room. I don't know how hot it is outside yet. I turned the AC on really early this morning and turned it on super cold, and I got my Dyson fan blowing pretty heavy in the corner over there, too, so that it stays cool, because yesterday it got up to like 77 or 78 degrees up in here. That is too hot. It's way too hot. This room, it's just one of those things. It's a downside to it. Our house search continues, though. We're continuing to put money aside. And we've talked about various things. We had another talk again about doing a remodel of this house and staying here, like blowing out the attic space and making it like an actual chill room, and like having a bathroom up here too, and then potentially having a you know, an office space outside of this room, and then having a mini split put in so that the AC would be different right? Like the AC unit that I have now is just a window unit. It's not a very good one. It's a roller. It's one of the decent good ones, but it still doesn't work as well as we need it to for this room. Size-wise, too, it's like it's supposed to cover twice the size of room, but because it's an A-frame, because we're in the attic space, because it's right on the ceiling, there's just so many variables. Hey. So many variables that just go against us. Looks like I missed that, but I guess it's just funny how the grass is laying down there. 90 where you live? Dang. Let's see here. Yeah, Kirsten was up pretty... Uh-oh, Kirsten's banning people. What are you doing, Kirsten? Well, I said so. Oh, I wasn't even around. It must have been the cat or something. Blame it on the mute. Is that, okay, deleted messages? Is it I don't need to unban or anything, right? It's just deleted messages? Wasn't me. Like drive too fast. That doesn't compute, Gray. What is that? Drive too fast. I've never heard that before. I don't think that translates to English, bro. I mean, I get the drive part. I'm not getting the too fast. Like, what is... Doesn't make any sense. And in that particular case, I wasn't going very fast. I was half throttle, and I wasn't even barely turning. I mean, it was like a 45-degree turn. I mean, if I go too fast, it'll tell me you left marks. Skid mark. Not that kind of skid mark, though. Come on now. Come on now. Started pushing the family in like a healthy eating regimen, too. We don't eat bad, like we don't eat like McDonald's or Burger King or anything, and I apologize if that sounds like a slam to any of you that do. But I mean, I have not had a McDonald's burger and fries in at least a decade. Same with Burger King or Carl's Jr. or any of those places. Like, we just don't do that. I had Kentucky Fried Chicken for probably like the third time in maybe like a decade the other day. We very rarely eat at like Taco Bell or whatever. We do eat out. We have like, you know, Panda Express, or, you know, we've been known to have Arby's every once in a while. Not very often, but every once in a while. But we eat a lot of Baja Fresh. Raised? Does that sound familiar? We eat a lot of Baja Fresh. We eat a lot of Panera. We eat a lot of Cafe Yum. We eat a lot of pizza. We eat a lot. So there is stuff. See, like right there, I wasn't going fast at all. And I guess it's a sharp turn. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going very fast, I don't feel. Ooh, I'm almost out of gas. I wonder if I'll be able to finish this. It's not a GTI you're driving. I don't get to drive my car hardly at all anymore. Sucks. $5.50 a gallon, and I get like 19 a gallon. Like, think about that. I'm paying $5 to go 19 miles. My wife gets 45 miles for that same $5. Like, that's insane. Backwards man, the backwards man. I can mow backwards fast as you can. Oh, there's that weird, like, chinchilla sound. I don't know what that is. That's probably an inaccurate chinchilla sound as well. Ay, ay, ay! Okay. Am I missing something? Okay, unhidden. Okay, I am missing something. I missed the un part. I missed the un. That's a nice straight line there. I wonder if I could like finish with a gazebo mullet. You know, party in the front, business in the back kind of a thing. Leave it all long and scruffy back here. Clean it up with that nice straight edge in the front. Hey, what up, Rob? What up, Matt? Preston Bros Unite! Good to see y'all. Thanks for showing up on my impromptu Monday return stream. That's right, we back with some Mowin Mondays. Yeah, it's still weird to me that like this game does so much better than like really popular, expensive new games. Like it's crazy. Sam, what up? Are you ever gonna redo Lego Lord of the Rings? Since I don't think you ever finished it. Nah, I finished it. I don't think you finished it, bro. We have zero intentions of doing anything else with Lego Lord of the Rings at this time. If they do a remaster of it, I could potentially, you know, do a live stream of it again or something, but we have a full guide. In fact, let's see if I can beat Raze. Raze is probably already on it right now. Lord of the Rings. Copy. Was that the same one from earlier that I had, actually? Paste. Boom. Yes. Nailed it. There's our playlist. So I don't know what you're feeling like I missed, if you know. If you're referring to, I believe that, I think it was Lego The Hobbit, one of, maybe two of the free roam areas. At least Rivendell. I think it was Rivendell. Got botched with the recording. Our file was corrupted and we couldn't go back because we had already recorded the next area and the save just wasn't available to go back. So there was no way, unless we started a whole new game all over again and played all the way up to that point of free roam, we wouldn't have been able to record that one or maybe two levels. But beyond that, no, that was an unfortunate mishap due to a communication issue with our capture device and our PC. And then we got rid of that. It was a Hauppauge, an early Hauppauge recording device. And we've been with Elgato for years now. Although Elgato has been a little wonky when recording videos. Streaming, no blips, no bleeps, no blops. Perfect. So I don't know what that's all about, but yeah. Let's see here. What's we've been playing Lego. Nice. You liking it, Preston Bros? You liking the Star Wars Skywalker saga? Yeah, I was asking since that game is a real pain. No, you should be able to 100% it all, minus, and I'm pretty sure Kirsten helped me out. Was it Hobbit, or was it Lord of the Rings that was missing those one or two videos? I feel like it was the Hobbit. So Lord of the Rings should be good. There should be all videos there. I feel like, you know, even the free roam, going around getting all those mithril bricks and all of that. I think maybe you just got deterred or something and didn't finish, or maybe you weren't following our playlist. I don't know. There's a lot of ways. We even have a written guide for that one, I believe, too, at HappyThumbsGaming.com. Yeah, I'm feeling like it was the Hobbit. Okay, cool. Kirsten's agreeing, so we got to be right. If she agrees with me, it's got to be a fact. Free play and free roam. I would suggest doing all of the free play first, guys. There's been reports. Now, the patch may have fixed it, but there's been a lot of reports of people doing free play stuff, and then doing free roam stuff too. And then some of the story and free play bits are not working. Like Maz Tanaka, or however you say her name, Maz's storylines have been reported by tons of people. And there's been a couple of other smaller places too that have had a similar report where like the quest beginning isn't there. I feel like you should be able to select everything with the free play options, but I just highly suggest doing all the free play before even messing with free roam. It's not worth it. Grabbing a data card, getting that one multiplier, and moving on. I have tons of studs, and I think I got 6 million and change And after finishing free play with just the 2x stud multiplier, so studs is not going to be a factor because I've got plenty to buy at least the 4x, or I could grind it out a little bit and get the 8x or the 6x. Sorry. You still have to 100%. Dang, you got a lot of Lego games you haven't finished yet. Well, we got guides for all of them. The only one we haven't done yet is Lego Indy 2. And that's actually on our docket shortly after we finish Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. We'll probably take a break. I have another game that I have a guide mostly written for, and I would bet most of you don't even know this game exists. And I might revisit that again too, because some effort was made in the guide and I'd like to utilize it. And I feel like it would be a game that could be helpful. And I don't know many other channels or any other channels covered it. Maybe they did, but I don't think anybody knows. Kirsten might know what I'm talking about. I don't think Raised knows. Maybe she does. But yeah, there was a game that I was kind of considering, and then we got the date for Lego Skywalker, and it was like, yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to finish that before Skywalker, and so it's definitely a possibility that there might be something in between Skywalker and Indy 2. Might just jump right into Indy 2 though. All right, well, let's see here if I can remember how the crap to get out of here. Nope, that is not the way. Okay, let's which way do I go? Which way do I go? I think it's over this way, isn't it? Oh, come on, fuel tank, make it there, make it there! Woo! Normally it takes, I mean, so good question, Dalton. How long does it take for me to normally make a Lego game guide? Normally it takes me about 1.5 to 2 months because of, you know, the first couple of weeks are usually slow going because I'm going through the story. Now, part of the reason I do the story is because, well, it's the story and a lot of people struggle getting through some of those puzzles and such. And I don't always feel the need to cover them in free play. So we put out the story to kind of cover the story, enjoy the game, and make it through. What it also does is buys my guide writers a couple of weeks of time to get way ahead of me because they got to play through the story as well. They can play through it a lot faster than it takes me because they don't have to record, or, you know, if they make mistakes, they don't have to revert and go back. But in this particular case, because it was so large, we thought it was going to be November or December before we were finished doing this game. Knowing that it came out, you know, in April, it seemed like 6 to 8 months was going to be pretty probable. We've got it, though. We've already got the story in the free play done. And right now there's, 24 planets that I will be doing videos for at some point. I will probably do 1 or 2 per week, honestly. So, I mean, it might still be a couple of months before we get it done, but the need is not there. Like, people are not harassing me. The views, like if I look at the videos and the overall progress that they've made, I mean, right now I'm looking at my media manager, and I mean, from top to bottom, I got 460 views, 600 views, 600 views, 200 views, 600 views, 200 views, 1,200 views, 200 views, 680 views, 700 views, 750 views, 900 views, 700 views. Some of these videos have been out for a couple of weeks, like published May 10th, May 12th, May 13th. Still haven't even cracked 1,000 views, which is really crazy. Now you go all the way back to the first free play videos and the preparing for free play, and they're sort of in that wheelhouse, you know, 3,500, 2,800, 2,000. So there was a lot of need for those, but I feel like the people who initially bought the game at launch, a majority of those guys have already surpassed me and gotten through and probably don't need my help at this point. You know, looking at our actual trophy achievement guide, over at HappyThumbsGaming.com. It has 6,100 views. So it's doing better than a lot of the videos are. But it's likely because people were wanting the information that they were ahead of me on, that they couldn't get free play level 40 yet, because I wasn't there yet. But all that information was actually on our guide days/weeks ago. So, you know, I'm not gonna totally like beat my head into a wall and sort of like quote unquote like kill myself over trying to get these videos out for free roam, because I don't think they're going to be super essential. And I feel like my free play videos will probably accumulate lots of views over the years. Free roam are always hit and miss. There's always like 1 or 3 that seem to have above average numbers, but the rest of them are usually pretty minimal. What up there, Cosmic? Good to see you. I haven't watched any free play videos yet because I'm still working on free roam. Yeah, hopefully it all works out for you. A lot of people have been reporting issues by doing the free roam first. And again, so fingers crossed that you won't be one of those people that has to start the game over. I'd be willing to bet, too, some of those people used codes. And codes, even though they're not supposed to, often will affect progress in the game. So, all right. So we can go back. And I guess I can fill the gas right here. Cutting blades, $50. Let's do it. I think I'm broke. I don't know if I can even fill the fuel in. All right, so we good. We good. Yeah, I make sure never to use codes. I know there's all these like holiday ones and fun ones that would be cool. But the thing is, too, is that, so I don't use the codes during my gameplay, especially while I'm recording, because I don't want it to break and have to start over. That's an absolute nightmare for a content creator. Now, you take that, and then you think of the fact that, like, okay, you get done with the game, and now you're finally in the clear, you can use them. There's nothing left to do, because you've done it all. So it's like kind of like a catch-22, those codes for me. Like, I haven't even downloaded the DLC. I haven't even downloaded the DLC for the characters yet. Nice, I got a mile under my belt. I think there's one for like 100 miles or something. Ooh, first rank up. All right, so word of mouth is working. Ah, Crapatola. Finally what? What are you flapping for? Finally what? What is he saying? I wonder if he's watching the stream and he's like, you finally recognize it's my birthday. Or I wonder if he's like, finally you're back streaming. Finally what? So this is like the only dude. You guys notice that I don't have notifications on. Like, I don't get messages, like even invites from my friends. Like if I'm playing like Back for Blood or something that we're all playing and I need an invite for the game, I don't have the notifications on to see those because I don't want them interrupting my streams or my recordings. But I have like 1 or 2 people. I think Reese is one of them. And my friend BHU, Mike, is another one of them. And so I get messages from those guys and I have no idea what he's saying right now. He and I haven't talked for probably, I don't know, it's been a few months, 3-4 months since we've talked, but today is his birthday. His wife's birthday was yesterday. And I haven't reached out to him yet today. So I didn't know if he was like, finally, you're recognized. He might be watching the stream. I don't know. And dude, if you are, what up, bro? Get in the chat. Say something. Do something. Something. All right. Okay, I can't upgrade. I can't do anything. So I just need to get back on the horse, quite literally. Yes, and Gray's was yesterday. That's my bad for not recognizing that. I did wish Gray a happy birthday, so it's not like I missed out on telling him. But for you guys, happy birthday to Gray. Happy birthday to Gray. Happy birthday. Wasn't me. To Gray. Happy birthday to Gray. There you go. Officially sung. Hopefully you'll leave me alone now. No, I'm just kidding. Seriously, though, happy birthday. Legacy Plays, what up? Long time no see is right. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see here. Serious question. What's your personal favorite Lego? Ooh, so that's already been answered at least once today, but I'll go ahead and answer it again. It's actually Lego City Undercover. I just, growing up in the 80s, so much 80s references in that, from Starsky and Hutch to, there's all sorts of stuff, right? So I just loved it. Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga is probably going to take the second spot. The second spot has been held by The Force Awakens. I loved Lego The Force Awakens, but Yes, definitely. What? Lego City? That's shocking. I thought it was Lego DC Gamer. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. For me, it is definitely Lego City Undercover. Oh, there's the giant no me, no me, no me, no me. So I want the highest paying gig here. There we go. Oops. Come on. Come on, thumb work. All right. And we are out of here. Hopefully I can finish this one up before I hit my BRB button, which is coming up here. Gotta go make sure Drex hasn't, like, jumped the fence and bailed. I'm sure he hasn't. He's a good boy. Although sometimes those little dogs walking by really peeve him off and he wants to go... I don't know if he wants to bite him or hump him or I don't know what he wants to do, but, like, he gets pretty... like, it's pretty crazy. Pretty aggressive. So, one more. There it is. Rocket! Yeah! So there's no way I'm getting this one done in 20 minutes unless I'm, like, pedal to the metal. A little bit I can just run through the brush. Alright, get on. Let's see here. Instead of Crash Bandicoot, you should play Spyro the Dragon. We actually covered Spyro in a guide form, and it failed miserably, too. It was a lot of work. I actually was training my son, Reese. Reese did all the gameplay for the entire, I think there's 31 levels, 32 levels. He did all of the gameplay, and then I edited it down and made the commentary and everything. But that was a fun project for he and I to be able to work together on. One of the only, I mean, he and I have done like unboxings, like mystery mail unboxings and like Lego builds and things like that. But he and I have never really worked on a project quite that intensive before. So that was really fun. And we've talked about having him go back and doing 2 and 3. We've talked about me streaming 2 and 3, because like I said, the series just didn't do very well. So it's one of those ones that, like, you know, as a teenager, he wants to spend time doing things and earning money. That's not something that I can pay not a very high dollar amount for, right? Like, especially knowing that it's not going to perform well enough to, like, make the money back. So that's been sort of, oh, crap. I didn't check my height. 550 to 650. 550 to 650. All right. Cutting at the wrong height. How about now? There we go. I guess it needed to be 550, and I put it at 5. All right, so I got a half a lap. I messed up. That's a bummer. So much for getting it done before my break. But yeah, so I don't know. Spyro was a fun game. I feel like that's another game that I didn't play it when it was out originally. I was a SOCOM guy back then. So I just never played those games. I don't have really much attachment or nostalgia value for any of that. And I know that bums out a lot of people because, you know, a lot of kids grew up playing that stuff. But, you know, my nostalgia is like Spy Hunter and Asteroids and Pong, you know, pinball. You know, my dad was a big time pinball junkie. He was, you know, he grew up. He was a high schooler in the, you know, in the 70s, right? And so lots of rock music, and I'm sure karting for beer and stuff was pretty minimal in the town he grew up in. And he also had big old sideburns, big old chops, and a mustache at like 13. So he probably looked 5 or 6 years older than he really was, which probably helped him in that regard in the earlier years. But yeah, Tecmo Bowl. Yeah, but yeah, my dad played tons of pinball. So we used to go to like these pubs and places, and my dad would literally just get like, you know, a pint or whatever, and we'd just kick there, and I'd watch him play pinball, or sometimes I'd get to play a quarter or two, you know, and yeah. Then of course we had Wonderland nickel arcades too that I spent a lot of time at, and games like Arch Rivals and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Golden Axe and, you know, Altered Beast. There was a lot of these games that also made it to consoles, but were very fun to play in the arcade, especially at a nickel arcade where, you know, a broke boy like me could go ahead and get his game on for cheap, right? 20 games for $1. That's doing it. Dad would send me to Wonderland with like $1.50 and to get in for admission and like a pocket full of nickels. He always had one of those change jars, and so I just get to sort through it and pull out a bunch of nickels. I'd sneak in a few dimes too to exchange them. like, yeah. What's going on? I grew up bowling and golf. But yep, I definitely did a lot of golf. My dad's actually a golf professional, still even to this day. So I definitely grew up playing a lot of golf. I did not, I bowled, but not regularly, right? Like we bowled, but not a lot. But yeah, golf, I played tons of golf. I mean, I had golf clubs when I was like 3 years old. You know, I was force-fed that sport. My grandfather was a golf coach at a high school for 28 years, and my dad's been a PGA professional since I was 12 years old. And played in a lot of amateur tournaments and did a lot of, stuff before that too. But at 12 years old, my dad officially became a golf pro. My dad's old though now. He don't play in a lot of tournaments. His back and his arms are pretty much toast. He teaches some and runs a golf course up in Hillsboro, Oregon, where my son works. In fact, Reese worked both Saturday and Sunday up there. He's one of the cart kids, so he manages the golf carts for all the golfers, gets them cleaned and puts them up front, and and also does like he's also a ball boy, which we laugh at because it's a funny term, but he goes in the picker and picks up all the golf balls on the range and then brings them back and washes them and throws them into the big barrels and takes them to the machine that these people put coins in and fill up their buckets. But he loves it. He puts on his headphones and he just crushes it out there. And I don't mind it at all. Like, it's kind of terrible that it's an hour away, but often he stays with my dad. Now, my dad had COVID this weekend, so he had to come home both days. But normally Reese will just drive the Prius up there and then stay the night and work 2, 3, 4 days in a row. And then he'll come home. So it's kind of nice. He gets a break from us, so we get a break from him, and he's working, right? Like, that's a bonus. 17-year-old with a job? That's not always the case. Not always the case. Hey, Alex, thanks for hanging, man. Good night. Hope you sleep well. Hopefully you have sweet IT DJing dreams. Wii bowling. That's like my least favorite bowling of all time. The Wii was such an amazing thing until you played it for an hour, and then it was like, I personally didn't want, like, if I'm gonna play bowling, if I'm gonna go bowling or play golf or tennis, I want to play golf or tennis. I don't want to swing the the Wii controller, the Wiimote around, and then have it pretend like I didn't just swing and miss. That was the worst. Nice whiff, Dad. No, I didn't whiff. I swung. It just didn't catch it. Uh-huh, sure. So who out there has played this game? I don't care if it's on PC, Xbox, mobile. I don't even know if they got mobile, but who's played this game out there? Has anybody actually gotten like a full-on like business going, making buku bucks? I know that I had a pretty decent go at it on the Xbox. I had like, what, 3, maybe 4 employees? I had one chick that kept going on vacation unannounced. Y'all remember that? She was messing around getting fired, I'll tell you that much. One more unexpected vacation and she is on permanent vacation. Hey, what up, Matthew? Love the channel. Hey, appreciate that. Played it on Xbox. Yes, that's where I did too. How far did you get though? Did you just play mow a couple, or did you have like a whole team, or? And I know there's like a couple of trophies / achievements for like taking a noob and getting him trained into like a, I don't remember what a journey. No, not a journeyman. What do they call it? I think you have to. That's one of the steps along the way, but he becomes like a professional, maybe. I don't remember. Did one of your employees take excessive vacations? That was one thing that I was like, man, I'm trying to get some work done around here. All right, 30%, and I still got 10 minutes, so I'm no way I'm getting it right at the halfway mark, so that's all good. But we will take a BRB once this guy is done. And I'm surprised we haven't seen Teflon. Teflon's been saying, oh, I missed your streams. I don't know what to do with my days. And then the Miami Heat are up 2-1. I mean, this is like when he would flex the most. Even though he's got a couple players that are questionable for tonight. They're up 2-1. I feel like he'd be out there flexing. Ah, ha, ha. I missed a strip. Trying to kick her in the tail a little bit and get a little bit faster. Anybody else get dizzy doing these circular ones? Oh, I missed a spot there too. Oh, come on. Now I'm just bad. So, you know, I know I talked, I have not played Splat before. I'm not, Splatoon? I'm not even sure what Splat is. Yeah, and I'm with you, Cosmic. I'm a Celtics guy too. Mainly because I've just been a fan of them. They've been my Eastern favorite team since Jordan quit playing. The Bulls were my team when I was younger. I loved Michael Jordan, as most people did. So the Bulls were my team until Jordan was gone, and then the Boston Celtics were. I actually found out later, and we talked about this not long ago, way back, and I want to say it was either 47 or 46 or 47th. And I mean 1946 or 1947th. NBA draft. My great uncle, my grandfather's brother, Norman Carey, was drafted by the Celtics. So there's always been sort of like a soft spot for them. Obviously, the Celtics were amazing for like 20 years. Like, I think they got like 17 or 18 championships, most of them in that time frame. There's one or two that have strayed, like Paul Pierce and those guys got one, which is when I really started re-falling in love with them again. Kevin Garnett and all those guys. Rondo. That was a solid team, fun to watch. But, so I'm kind of conflicted. Don't tell anyone. But as you guys know, I have a friend. Boy, my hand's getting a little worn out. I used the weed eater yesterday. I can feel my muscles like not, and I have to use it again. It's kind of the same thing today with the controller. So I have a friend. I won't mention any names. Some of you might know who it is. He and I, we sort of watch a couple of Twitter accounts. Not going to mention any names. If you know, you know. And if you do know, please don't type it in the chat. There is a particular fellow that we sort of follow, and he is what would be described as an explosive personality. When he gets happy, he is filled with joy, and it's fun to watch. When he is pissed off, he makes some very, what I would consider unprofessional and very spontaneous like decisions that I don't think he ever regrets them, but I think if he thought it through and really looked at things from a different lens, he would be really ashamed of it. And then there's other times where like it's just hit and miss. Like sometimes it's angry, sometimes it's not. Ooh, we got some abottage going on out there. Oh, unhide this user from the channel? They've already been hidden? Okay, I must have just missed it when you guys beat me to it. Thank you. So anyways, so I know who I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about, but I'm trying to remember. Oh, so this particular person is a Boston Celtics fan. So I've been really struggling with this whole concept because I want Boston to win, but there's a part of me that wants Boston to lose because I want to see the reactions, right? I don't really want him to lose. I don't, but I kind of do. You know what I mean? So like, and if they lose tonight, I feel like the pressure will start applying itself and the emotions will start to run wild and Twitter will be filled with what becomes joy for myself and my other friend. And again, I don't thrive off other people's misfortune, or like, I'm not a guy that loves to see other people get hurt or bad things happen. Like, karma is something that, believe it or not, it seems to always happen, right? Like, if you're a good person, you do good things, bad things are going to happen to you. but more often, good things are going to happen to you. And if you're a bad person, if you're doing shady things, taking advantage of people, and you're likely going to have some bad luck. And you know, so I don't thrive. I don't wish. I don't want to see bad things happen to this guy or anybody else just so I can laugh at the Twitter responses. But it is sort of entertaining. It's one of those, like, it's sort of annoying. You kind of want to take your eyes away from it, but at the same time, you cannot look away. So if Boston loses, I will likely get some entertainment out of whatever shenanigans, you know, blaming the refs or fire the coach or whatever, because that usually happens, right? There's always a reason that is believed to be the downfall. Not necessarily that the other team was just better. The one team was just taken advantage of. Legacy out of here. Thanks for hanging, Legacy. Oop, I might have looked away a little too far. I almost had another stripe right there. That would have been terrible. All right, we're 50% done, basically. And I'm not, like, dying. Like, like, my tank draining situation isn't as bad as I thought it would be. You know, not being on this 2-hour block and then, you know, drinking my tea, which, not that you guys asked for this, but most of you already know, the tea activates my bladder system. So I end up with, like, baby bladder, what seems like. And I'm good. I'm good so far. Normally at the 2-hour mark, I'm like, oh my God. Rube is out too. All right. Well, we'll see you soon, Rube. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you stopping by. Making some good time now. Whoa! Drex just made a move, and it scares me because the whole floor flexes when he jumps around. Probably chilled out enough. He's probably like, I gotta go warm up now. Gotta go warm up. Hopefully the neighbor dogs aren't out there barking, because that would be a very much he'd go running to go bark at him. Or if the neighbor's landscaping service is there. You know, he didn't bark at me or make any noise at me when I was running the tiller or the weed eater or anything. But he goes nuts over any other surrounding yard workers or people. Or I think he just likes to interact. I think that's what he wants. And luckily for him, he got a whole play date yesterday. My mom had a funeral she needed to go to, and she dropped her dog Roxy off here. And so our dog was here all day yesterday. And oh my God, they played so hard for so many hours. Drex slept like I hadn't seen him sleep in a long time. Notice the drawing of these flowers, like how they'll pop up, like they won't be there, and then all of a sudden, now they're going away, now they're coming back. So weird. I feel like he's jumping around behind me, but I don't see him. %, let's go. I was hoping Tyler would stop by today too and say hi, just because he deserves a little love from all you guys as well. He hears it from me in every video and all the time when I'm posting links or, you know, giving updates, or he's helping me with whatever questions I have. But, you know, it's time to get some love from the rest of y'all. Let's see here. What did you say? Halo flowers, the heart of the future. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, hollow flowers. There we go. I just read it wrong because I'm bad at reading. Speaking of Halo, did you guys see the controversy of the last episode or whatever? Maybe not the last one, but one of the most recent episodes. Like, I mean, not that we really need or want to have this conversation, but some pretty unusual stuff happened for a show about a video game. Here's the thought. Yeah, I haven't seen the episode or anything, so I don't really know how it all played out. Like, I don't know if it was greasy or if it was, like, totally appropriate or not, but, yeah, apparently, what is his name? Chief Commander? The main Halo guy? He apparently had an interaction with a woman, and it was apparently labeled as his first interaction with a woman. And so it was really weird that they had that, like, at all as part of the show, but, you know, I guess whatever. Master Chief, there we go. Chief Master. All right, I'll get this little strip here. Thank you very much. Yeah. He became a man, so they say. It's kind of an odd scenario for that. I mean, it's space. I mean, I don't know how often that happens. Like, we've been watching this show called Future Man. It's on Hulu. It's pretty good. It's you know, sci-fi. It's future time travel stuff. And Josh, what's his name? Hutchinson? He's in it. You might know him as PETA from the whatchamacallit, the Kill a Mockingbird series, the Hunger Games. He's in it. It's good. It's good. I mean, it's sort of cheesy. There's a lot of, like, it's an adult show. I'll just put it that way. It's very adult. You know, they have a process called charging up. I won't go into any details, but it's known as something different here on in our time frame. I'll say that. It's funny though. But if you like sci-fi, you like video games, and you like adult-based content, then Future Man might be a show worth watching. It is very adult, though. There is, like, we started watching it like 2 years ago with Reese and with my mother-in-law. And after the third episode, there was 2 scenes that happened by the third episode that we were like, yeah, we probably shouldn't watch this anymore. Because it was probably too inappropriate for Reese, but also probably too inappropriate for my mother-in-law. Not that she's like a goody two-shoe or anything. It's just, it was pretty greasy. Like, it was pretty greasy. Like, yeah. Like, almost up there with, like, American Pie type stuff. I guess it was pretty greasy. But, you know, also hilarious if you have a bad sense of humor like me. Yeah, awkward, for sure. Another fun show that we've been watching is, it's called Winning Time. It's sort of it's based on true events, so they say, but it's the story about how the Los Angeles Lakers became the big powerhouse that they are, the Showtime Lakers. Because for years, the Lakers were not even in LA. Some of you might not know that. And there's no lakes in LA. Why do they call them the Lakers? Well, because they were originally from Minneapolis, I guess. Minneapolis Lakers, I guess, is what I'm pretty sure that's. But anyways, this is after that. This is all about when Jerry West was the coach and when Jerry Buss Dr. Jerry Buss buys the team and all the troubles behind like the loan stuff and the people and how like I knew this, but I didn't know this. Like the Laker dancers were originated during this time as well. And I knew that Paula Abdul, you know, like the big pop singer from the 90s, Paula Abdul, I knew she was a Laker girl. I did not know she was the original Laker girl. Like, really, she was brought in to be the choreographer and everything. And at the time, I think she was a high school dance coach or maybe even a high school student for a dance team. Like, they don't go into a lot of details about it, but they show Jeannie Buss, Dr. Jerry Buss's daughter, go to what seems like a high school. It might be a college, but it seems like a high school. And they recruit her right there and then. And she comes in and they get her all geared up with outfits. And she puts on some crazy dance moves and they love it. And that's how, I mean, it's really good. And here's what's crazy. My wife is not anti-sports. Not at all. She actually enjoys sports. She used to watch them with her dad growing up. And you know, so she's very aware and used to watching sports. Basketball, though, come March, wife's over it. Because I watch a lot of basketball. And then March happens, and then March Madness happens with all the college. And so there's like 7 games on a day that I watch. Then after March Madness ends, it becomes the NBA playoffs. And there's like 7 games on a day. So, you know, March, April, May, and June, my wife is done with basketball. But we started watching. I suggested that we watch the show the other night because I don't remember what we finished. We finished another show we were watching. And she's like, what do you want to watch? I was like, well, there's that Lakers one that I keep wanting to watch. And there's like 7 or 8 episodes out now. And she's like, basketball. Oh, boy. I'm not kidding you. The last 3 or 4 times we've watched it, she has put it on and suggested it, not me. So it's like super entertaining. And yes, it's mainly about basketball, but hardly any of it is actually basketball. There's so much behind the scenes stuff and temper tantrums and, you know, adulting and money talks. And like you get to meet Phil Knight for the first time. And Phil Knight, like things you go, like I never knew this. Phil Knight offered $1 to Magic Johnson for a sponsorship, but he offered him a whole bunch of stock options and Magic turned it down and Magic went to go to Converse instead. The stock options are now worth $5.2 billion. And instead, he signed with Converse for $80,000 a year for like 4 years. So he made like $500,000 to whatever, right? As opposed to $5.2 billion he could have had. So there's just all this really cool information, you know, and for me who loves basketball, it's like, it's super awesome being able to learn all this stuff. And getting to see like Jerry West, the logo behind the scenes, like he's pissed right now because of how he's being represented in this show. But everybody says this is how he was. But he's mad because he's like an all-time great and like coveted by all sorts of people around the world as one of the greatest, right? He's the logo of the NBA. But he apparently was not a very well-tempered guy. He was very angry and very unpredictable and I had no idea. I knew none of that. But it's just really cool that my wife is super interested in it. Now, if I was really smart, I would have waited till it was off season to watch this because then I would have had some basketball content that really felt nice and invigorating, but not in the season. Now I'm not going to have nothing because basketball season's just about over. There's like 4 more weeks and then it's done. And yeah. I don't like how my camera won't reset any further down. I know it's the angle that I've chose, but yeah, Larry Bird is the villain. We haven't seen much of Larry yet. Like, they talk about him a lot, but we haven't seen him at, like, I don't think at all in the show from where we are. We haven't watched it all yet. I think we're 5 episodes in, and they're about 45 minutes to an hour long. So, you know, we've seen a lot of the content, but just not, there's still a lot left. I think there's 10 episodes or something. I don't know. It's very good. If you have any interest at all in like the Lakers, you know, I know Kirsten's not a big basketball fan, but being in LA and you know, the Lakers being your staple team for a long time at the Staples Center, I feel like, you know, you could actually enjoy this a lot. And there's this whole story about Jeannie Buss, and I'm sure you know who Jeannie Buss is, Kirsten. Maybe you don't, but you know, Jeannie is currently in control of the Lakers, and it's crazy. All this stuff I had no idea happened. So it's really fun. It's like the business side of it, more so than it is the playing side of it. You don't know who Jeannie Buss is? Okay. She's like, her dad was a real estate mogul. He owned the Lakers until he died. Well, it's a weird story. He technically didn't own the Lakers for more than like 3 weeks. It's weird. I don't want to tell everybody because there's like this whole thing where it's interesting. It's really interesting. And again, I know you're not a big basketball person, Kirsten, but I do think that, boy, we're getting plowed today by these bots. Yeah, like I said, my wife likes sports and likes basketball, but this time of year she's over it, and she really she's like, oh my God, when we were watching something yesterday, she was like, oh my God, this makes me just want to watch Winning Time. And I was like, really? She's like, yeah, it's talking about business and blah, 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 and it just makes me want to see how it's going on. And there's, you know, there's a whole thing too, again, I don't want to talk about it, but like something absolutely terrible happens to a person involved in the story. And the episode ends with this terrible thing happening. And so like we got left on like a cliffhanger the night before. And so she's like, oh my God, I want to see what happens. So we saw what happens. Doesn't disappoint. I have not seen Moneyball. That's with Brad Pitt, right? I like Brad Pitt. I just never sat down to watch it. Pretty stoked too on the reports that Bruckheimer wants to include Johnny Depp in another Pirates. You know, Johnny's come out and said he wanted to, you know, leave Sparrow with a, you know, an ending that meant something and finish the series, right? But like all this stuff has gone on with his personal life. And it sounded like they weren't going to allow it or be interested in it at all. But now there's talk that he's being invited back. So I think this is the way out. Pretty sure there's probably another easier way to get in and out. Nope, this is the way. Never mind. Nailed it! All right, so I'm gonna park it. I'm gonna get off it. I'm gonna fill it with petrol. How are my blades doing? I guess I can't really see from here. So we'll go ahead and we'll leave it right here. I'm gonna take a quick BRB, you guys. Go drain the tank, grab a drink, that kind of stuff, and make sure Drex is still in the yard. But I'll let you listen to the birds chirping. I'll be right back.
Boy, our voting numbers are falling down a little bit lower than I had kind of hoped. But, you know, setting the bar low, I suppose. So I was informed that the mower volume was probably a little bit higher than it needed to be. So I dropped it down a little bit more. So hopefully you guys will be able to hear my nasally drone a little better. Okay, so good. We good. Ranking up fast. I'll take it. So let's go ahead and throw some advertisements out there. I feel like we still got lots of cheese, but we're going to have a lot of people knowing who we is. Let's see here. In maintenance. What do we got here? Blades. Fuels, fine. Blades repair. How much is this? 92. It doesn't even cost anything? All right. Well, we good. $555. Let's go. Send deep. Oh my god, some of the things that come through on those bots are not, I mean, they're funny, but it's not appropriate. All right, let's see if we can find, we got, what, 6 items. Oh, this guy, I'm not a fan of this one. You guys remember I've done this one a bunch. There's a couple of weebly wobbly spots that I'm not a fan of. Sort of pitches you sideways. So I'm not seeing the draw distance cheats. Like normally you can look out across the way and see an item because the grass won't fill in. It's gotta be like right around this building here. Yep. I got 2 more items. 1 more item. Mary, hello. Justin here. Hello, everybody. Wrong account, bro. Wrong account. Good to see you, though, Justin. Michael's out there, too. What up, Michael? And Brian P. as well. Don't know if you watched the original Top Gun. I did watch it. Funny enough, my wife has never seen the original Top Gun, and she's always sort of prided herself on it. Before we got together, her and her friends kind of had this like anti-Tom Cruise thing that she just wasn't a fan. Like the movies he was in, she didn't like them. But as time has gone on, you know, she likes the Mission Impossible movies, and she sort of accepted Tom Cruise and doesn't hate on him anymore. So the other night I was talking to her about potentially watching the original Top Gun, and it's on Netflix, so we could watch it at any point. And we got her all the way to the screen, and she's kind of like, all right, so I'm either missing a whole area or I'm just really bad at finding debris on that fly's back. Damn it. See little stuff, but it's little grass tufts, not... Huh. Whoa. Try to draw a grid around this guy, go back and forth until I find it. Gotta be like right over in here. Have I missed it? Have you guys seen the last one? Ah! Right there. I knew it the whole time. I was just testing y'all. Rum rum. Alright, here we mow. Here we mow. Do 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 do. Mow. Do 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 do. Oh, going too fast. Got the wrong height too, probably actually.
So what do we got? We got 7 to 8. And where am I at? 7. Perfect.
Meant to do that.
So this one is, like I mentioned, there's terrain that is not very even. So it makes it a little bit of a slower expectation. You know, I've been going pretty slow the whole time. Realistically, I was going pretty fast in that last one. So I'm gonna have to slow her down a little bit for this guy, likely. Try not to hit the wall. 'Cause that was another thing, like it'll just sort of pitch you. You'll be driving along, everything's great, and then boom, it just throws you. It's like a bucking bronco. And I did say B with a bucking bronco. Just so we're all clear. Some eyes probably got big. What did he just say? No. Wow. Whoa. See what I'm saying? This is the tall stuff back here. Is that cricket or football, Michael? Foosball is the devil. Oh my. Brrr. I don't even know, does Canada have a cricket team? It's probably soccer. Don't kill me. I don't know, there might be rugby too, huh? Ice hockey. Okay, so I was I was close. I was pretty close. Might as well have said Disney on Ice. I'd have been closer with that one, faux show. Anybody else hyped for that 90s show that's coming out on Netflix? I've been rewatching that 70s show. I'm sure there was a live stream like 3 years ago, 2 years ago, where I was like talking about 70s show being one of my favorite shows and how I was bummed you couldn't stream it anywhere and they didn't sell it. Like there wasn't a Blu-ray pack. You could buy DVDs, but I mean, with 4K TVs and all that, like DVDs don't cut it really anymore. If there's nothing else, it'll have to do. It'll do, pig. That'll do. But I mean, ultimately, I wasn't trying to spend $50 or $60 on a DVD set, right? And then out of nowhere, what up, Drix? And then out of nowhere, just one day randomly, this Blu-ray set sold. And I don't remember what they called it. I bought it. I bought it on stream. I was like, all right, guys, hold on. I got to buy this real quick because I don't know. And it ended up being a pre-order. And then it came out. And I don't know if you can buy it now or not. You probably can. Especially now that they're starting to work out some of the details. Because, like, I think the rights to that show were in limbo for a while. And I don't know if you, like you know, there's a couple other shows, too. There's the guest book and, I think My Name is Earl. Is it all Garcia, I think? Maybe not. Maybe they're different. But anyways, no, they're different. They're different. They're totally different. Yeah, because Greg Garcia does My Name is Earl. And, yeah, different. There's like, I don't know if they're husband and wife or brother and sister, but there's like a duo that does the 70s show. But anyways, somebody owns the rights to that. And I think it's been sort of like difficult to get what they want out of it because someone else is wanting more money or something. You know how that is. Like one of my favorite shows, The Titus Show. It's like impossible to buy on any kind of digital disc or anything because of a rights fight. And you know, I've literally talked to Christopher Titus about it before. I got a chance to meet him a few years back, and I bought a bunch of his DVDs, and he was signing all my stuff. And because he has comedy specials you can buy. You cannot buy the show though. And like I'm friends with Zach Ward, who played his brother in the show. Like, so I've definitely talked to these guys about how much of a fan I am, and they've told me hopefully one day they'll get the access to it, but just about a year ago, maybe probably 2 years ago, right at the beginning of COVID, Titus did the final episode. He like made the last couple episodes years later out of his own pocket on his own, but there was like problems with it, and I don't think you can buy that either. I think they shut it down. So he like live streamed it, and the people who bought it originally got it, but the other people can't. So there's like all these right fights and everything. What up, Justin? Yeah, you look a little normaler now. Look a little more normal. Back to work. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you, man. Local boy there. We still haven't hooked up yet. One of these days it'll happen. That's right. There's a way too. I totally forgot. Oh. Whoop. There's a way. One of these analogs. There we go. Oh my God. Let's get a different angle for that half a second there. Hey, Jordan T. Hey, Lego Plats. Nice. Glad we can help out. Thanks for watching. Oh my goodness. The bots are back. Do 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 do. They are whack. Do 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 do. It's a tight fit. There we go. Yeah, buddy. I never did get a message back from BHU, did I? My buddy that I messaged earlier. Like I don't have any new notifications. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Stop. Hammer time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Overloading your engine there, bro. I was doing that to my string trimmer yesterday. Like, 10-inch plus tall grass, just like... It's a little electric one, right? It runs off a battery. It's kind of funny. It did the job, though. Got her done. Oh, look at all that scruff over there. Ugh. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that. Gotta fix it. Gotta fix it. Gotta fix it. Gotta fix it. Sorta. Alright. Moving along, people. Moving along. I just prefer this view. It's so much easier for me to get my lines straight. I gotta remember that by that feeding trough, there's a higher grass, requires slower speds. So yeah, Wednesday, guys, I'm gonna check out a new to me game called Agent Intercept. It looks very much like a new game with some spiritual successor vibes of Spy Hunter. Spy Hunter is a game from, 80s/90s. Of course, that's chiptune. It's all 8-bit, But the new one is very vectory. It's very fun looking. It's very orange and white. I know that much. And it's got some twists to it. It's not just the same. I have no idea if it'll be a fun game. I don't know if it'll be a game I'll beat in one stream. I don't know if it'll be a killer where I will fail miserably and y'all will laugh at me. But definitely a fun possibility. And Brian P says, if Tyler P is watching today, awesome job on the Skywalker Saga. How fast you completed it. Could never do that. Be a guide writer because it seems like a challenging task, but still cool. Yes, he is. He's gifted in that. I mean, probably in other areas as well. But when it comes to playing games and like dominating them, he is. He's very good at being able to isolate what needs to be done and finding ways to do it. Now, maybe he's just really good at like reading Reddit posts or something. I mean, maybe he's a natural. Whatever it is, you know, we love having him around, and he's been a tremendous help over the years. And yeah, he crushed that Lego Star Wars guide. I mean, that thing was done in like 2 weeks. There's still some changes, some typos, and some videos being added as we go. You know, and ultimately, though, his job is pretty much done, as most of the information that I and you guys would need has been covered in some form. And like I said, videos, typos, any additional content that we find needs to be added will be added. But for the most part, it's pretty much done. It's no longer considered a work in progress, even though it's still, like I said, it is, because there's... But that's not his fault. The videos are on me. And all of the free play stuff should be there. There may be 1 or 2 that hasn't been added. For those of you who don't know, too, the timing of the release couldn't have come at a worser time for him. He had a flood in his basement, and it ruined a lot of stuff, and they had to like basically remodel the whole basement. Now, why does that matter? Well, that's where his like man cave is. His basement is where his gaming setup and all of his stuff is. So instead of having a computer that's nice and recent, he had a crappy old laptop from like 7 years ago that he had to write everything on, and he had to move his Xbox and everything upstairs to like a different TV and a different, so it was just like an unfamiliar environment. And you know, plus he had all that other stuff going on. He was having to navigate and help move things, and you know, just be aware, like be there. So and sometimes he couldn't get work done because they were you know, so you know, the fact that he was in an unfamiliar, I mean, it was almost like he had to go to like a Starbucks or something, right? And go, like, it was very, and like I asked him, like, you know, hey, what are your chances to play like Apex and things in the future? And even as of today, he said it's still going on. So like, it's just been a long, lengthy process. And there's been a couple of days in between things too, like where a plumber had to come, and so they'd have the plumber come, and so like the people who were doing the drywall and stuff weren't, so like, and I don't know what the before and after is gonna look like. I mean, but basically it's a huge job, and it's been going on for a while. And so yeah, I mean, definitely could have had some excuses in there, like, oh, I'm not done yet because I've been working on this or that. No, he crushed it. Like nothing stopped him. So pretty awesome stuff. Like I said, I was hoping he was going to show his face around here, even if it was to make fun of me for playing this. So I know he wants me to play Pressure Washing Simulator, which ironically my son bought, not knowing that Tyler was making fun of me for playing this and other games. And Reese plays the crap out of it. He loves it. He's like, oh, bro, you should play the... And I was like, yeah, it's on PC, though. I don't want to deal with PC streams. Because it's the same, but it's different. I know that doesn't make any sense to most of you, but it is. Like, it's the same software, but it's a different setup completely, like with different layers, different stuff, and I have to change certain settings for my screens, and it's just not ideal when I have so many other games at my fingertips that don't require all those extra steps. So if that pressure washer sim comes to PlayStation or Xbox, better believe I'm gonna be on it. Now, a few people have asked me too, and I've only had a couple of people ask me this, but I've been asked if we are going to put any interest or time into Sniper Elite 5, which actually drops Friday. To be completely honest with you, I keep meaning to talk to Tyler about it, but so far I have not asked him or talked to him about it at all. That might be something we do down the road, like, you know, once he gets his setup back and I get done with Lego Star Wars completely, we might be able to jump into that. You know, the Sniper Elite and the Zombie Army series has always been one of my favorites to play. I love it. The bullet cams and all the X-ray stuff that they do, it's pretty epic. And the campaigns have always been fun. You know, Carl running around, Carl. But you know, the timing on it is actually bad. I actually have a request in to the developers for potential code. Jeez, this is a squirrely spot here. And if they give me codes, I will likely jump into it in the next week or two, because that's usually kind of the expectation is when you get a code, you're supposed to do something within like 2 to 3 weeks. Otherwise, it's considered non-compliant. So there's a possibility that we might be able to bust something out in a couple weeks or whatever. You know, our guides have never done well. As I mentioned earlier, you know, Uncharted and some of those videos from 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago still don't even have like 1,000 views on most of them, which is sad for how much time and effort goes into those. But there are a certain select group of people that shows up specifically to our channel to play those games because they've followed along, and because we did, you guys might not remember this, we did Sniper Army or Sniper Elite 2, 3, 4, Zombie Army, and Zombie Army 4, I think, whatever it is. We've done a bunch of them. So, I mean, there's like 5 or 6 different versions of that franchise that we've covered in the past. So some people are hoping that we cover that. And it might be just one down the road, and we might miss this one. But it is on Game Pass. I don't think I mentioned that yet. Maybe I did. But it is on Game Pass, and I do have Game Pass available. And, you know, I definitely could, you know, make that a reality for Tyler P as well if there's any hang-ups with that. You know, Tyler's definitely not broke or anything like that, but he is one of the most penny-pinching, saving dudes I know. So I might have to twist his arm a little bit and purchase 3 months or something so we can get it done. But we'll see. Like I said, a lot of it's just going to depend on him. Like, he's been my savior on a lot of these games, writing the guides and then helping me. Like, in the past, Sniper Elites have been co-op. So he'll play through and literally, like, get all the collectibles, right? And then he'll come back through and play as my cooperative partner. And then we'll shoot everybody, kill everybody in the area, come back to the, you know, the beginning, and then he'll just literally go stand on the collectible that's next, and then I'll run to it, and then he'll run to the next one, and the next one, and like Doug actually did this in the first 2 or first 1 anyways. And then Tyler took over and was doing it. So at first it was my Doug, right? Because there was GPS devices that were really popular at the time called TomToms. And so, like, I was making jokes like he's my Doug because he was showing me where everything was. But then it became my Tai. My Tai was showing me where everything was. So I don't know if we'll do that again or not. Oh, and Chacho shows up. Well, you have the right to do whatever you want. Just know that you're not making any friends by being a negative Nancy like that. Funny number! What's up, though, Chacho? I know you've been rooting for these streams to come back. Glad you made it. I have a song for when I make a big mistake, if I do. But it hasn't happened yet, so nobody asked you, Patrice. Gray said he's been watching How I Met Your Father, which is where, you know, How I Met Your Mother is where the nobody asked you, Patrice line came from. He says it's pretty good. He says it's not as good as the other one, but I haven't even given it a go. Has anybody else watched it? Isn't mine, like, likenesses don't always add up. Whoa. Wow, Chacho. Man, I feel like someone's trying to get timed out already. And just know that I support the timing out. Someone needs to be reminded of how we act in the chats, I think. Certainly not by verbally attacking Kirsten. I mean, she's a legend around here. We don't talk to legends like that. And she's a lady, too. So that's like a double whammy, bro. Ooh, my stomach just like reminded me that it's time to eat again. I've been on like a very lax schedule for everything, you know, everything, because of, you know, the videos. I can pretty much hit pause or stop, or, you know, stop editing or whatever, as long as I'm not actually recording a take, you know, an actual level, that I can do whatever. Even in audio, I can pause audio and stop and come back to it later. So it's been real nice to have that luxury again. But my stomach's like, food now. And I'm trying not to eat. I got a whole brand new pack of fudge sticks to my left right there. I'm trying not to eat them. Like I said, I'm trying to lead this health kick, or healthier. I'm not going to be like Richard Simmons by the end of the month or anything like that, where I'm like doing full-on smoothies and doing jazzercise and everything. Like that's not. But I am going on walks every day with the dog, which he's loving that. And oh, Mo, it's tragic. I know. I miss that whole strip, though. It's tragic. I Mo. All right, it finally happened. I got to use it. I don't think I used that one in our previous streams. Wait. Between the bot and Chacho, there's like nothing but timed out and removed stuff for like as far as I can see. Plus, I also have the results of the poll up there. So the poll's taking up like a third of the space, and then the other 2/3 are Chacho being timed out and the bot being deleted. No booze or nothing for my Mo. It's tragic. And I didn't mess that up on purpose. Like, I really didn't. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Big bucks, no. Whammies! Whoops. Okay. That's also pretty tragic. But I even went and like found a bunch of new recipes to try and stuff. We tried one of them last night. It was like it's labeled like an Asian lime chicken sandwich, I think is what they call it. And it's got like some ginger, and it's got lime, obviously. What else? Oh, it's funny. We needed something. What was it? There was an ingredient we needed. And my wife was like, man, I don't want to go to the store to get it. My mother-in-law was like, hey, I'm going to the store. I can grab that for you. And so we had this talk. I'm trying to remember what it was. And my wife was like, oh, if you want, you can get it in minced, chopped up, or whatever. It wasn't garlic. It wasn't cloves. And for whatever reason, when my mother-in-law left, she got to the store, and she was looking for nutmeg, which was not the ingredient. And sadly, she didn't find it. And so she ended up going to 3 different stores to get nutmeg. And so she came home and she was like, I'm really sorry I couldn't get you the fresh stuff you wanted. What was it? It wasn't garlic. I'm trying to think of what it was. It wasn't ginger. I can't think of what it was. It was like an ingredient we don't use very often. But it was like I said, it was tragic because, you know, we went to 3 different stores. So my wife ended up having to go back anyways. I think we ended up finding we had sesame oil or something we needed to get to, or there was another ingredient. But it was pretty good. I won't lie. I did find that it was a little burpy. Oh, dang, that's going to cost me. It was a little burpy in the sense that, like, I got a little heartburn. But beyond that, I mean, it was tasty. I don't know if Reese liked it or not. That's always like the deciding factor of whether we'll have it again. Bro, you verbally attacked one of our staff members, telling her you're gonna fart in her face, whether it's a childish attack or an adult attack. That's an attack, dude. So, you know, let's act like a nice person. If you got mean thoughts, keep them as thoughts. You don't need to type out all out. It's okay. I'm not telling you how to feel, Chacho, but you don't need to express your anger in that way. Like, otherwise you will end up getting timed out. That's nothing new. I mean, obviously we need some reminders, but... Oh, I missed that one. I didn't even see what that said. Oh, itchy eye, this grass and all the pollen's getting to me, guys. Although, for real, I was outside the last 2 days working in this, you know, rototilling, weed whacking, did a bunch of weed pulling, too, along our strawberries and our raspberries. We have raised boxes. And we rototilled this area in the back, and we're going to put that black sort of netting, that mesh netting down so that prevents, or it's a weed deterrent. It's not perfect, but it's works pretty good, if I'm being honest. We've got it in a few other spots of our yard. And our goal is to potentially put a bunch of like stones, like not necessarily cinder blocks, but like flat walking stones, and build like a patio, and that will likely host a greenhouse before the end of the summer. We've looked at a few different greenhouses. You know, like sort of professional type ones, not the big ones. We're not trying to spend $10,000 on one, but we've looked at a couple in like the $2,000, $3,000 range. My wife just is such a plant enthusiast, and so is my mother-in-law, really. They love their flowers and plants and veggies, and so do I. I love to eat vegetables and fruit. And so, you know, with my wife's love for succulents and different types of plants, I thought it'd be cool to, like, you know, maybe have a greenhouse and make a bunch of clones and even sell some of them, whether we're selling them at like a farmer's market type of thing, or whether we're, you know, signing contracts with companies where we're dropping off, you know, because like grocery stores around here and stuff have all sorts of like, you know, floral departments and whatever. So like we could potentially sell succulent clones or, you know, a bunch of different things, right? I don't want to talk about it too much because it's going to be one of my topics of the game break, but, you know, I found something extremely unique. Huh? Drexler, are you barking? I swear I heard somebody talking or barking. It's super unique, and I'll show you guys in a couple days details or whatever. But, you know, ultimately, you know, there's a potential future. Like, I could supplement some of my time instead of always making videos or streaming. I could be cloning and growing, you know, whether it's fruits, vegetables, succulents, you know, whatever the case may be. Nomulents, get a couple of clones of nom, grow some little nummies. Nummy. Which, by the way, sadly, his job has returned to mostly on-site duties. So, you know, I have not been able to converse or harass or be harassed as much as normal because they've gone back to work, in-person work, like every day pretty much. Friday seems to be kind of like their casual day. So, you know, we might have Fridays at some point, but... I really want to get into Evil Dead, you guys. Like, that game looks really awesome. It is a 5-player co-op. I love the franchise. You know, Ash and all the movies are terrible, but awesome, right? Cult classics. And I feel like that would be a fun game to play with friends. Now, you know, summer's coming for the kids in school, which means that Tude's schedule will be extremely packed full of daily routine stuff. So I don't know how much we'll see of him until school gets back in session in like August, September-ish. I'm not saying he's gone or anything like that, but I just know that his daily duties will be highly increased once the kids are at home every day. You know, he's making lunch and playing ball and games and helping with projects and crafts and taking them to friends' house. I mean, he's got 4 kids, for the love of God, so it's definitely busy. 99.4? What am I missing? You know, Gray has shifted positions at work, and so his schedule is like hit and miss. It's not the same as what it used to be. And for a long time, Gray was actually recovering from a surgery he had. I don't know if everybody knows that or not, but he actually had a month off of work or so due to pain caused by, you know, working conditions, and then eventually had to have surgery on that. And then he had recover time, and then once he came back, it still wasn't quite good to go. So he had to take some more time off, but now he's taking a full-on position. But like I said, it varies. So like sometimes he works double shifts. Sometimes he doesn't. Boy, I swear I'm hearing Drexler, but every time I pop the headphones off, I'm not hearing it. Might just be some sounds in the game. I know I'm missing like 10 blades of grass somewhere. It's got to be right here on this tractor over here. Cutting complete. Look at that nonsense. So yeah, so what I'm getting at is getting 5 players, especially, you know, our regular faces, is going to be a difficult task. So maybe when it goes on like Bobbert prices, you know, when it drops to like $20 or something, we might be able to all pick it up and play it. That's another thing too, with everybody having limited availability. I hate having to try and ask everybody to buy a $40 or $60 game, and sadly, especially right now, as I mentioned, this isn't a complaint or anything, but like this month has actually been my lowest month as far as income and earnings go in, you know, 15 to 18 months at least. You know, probably even pre-pandemic, if I'm being honest. So was that in-game or is that Drexler? There might be a dog in-game that's barking, and that would be absolutely hilarious if that's fooling me. It's not that goat or the cow or whatever. That was a cow, I'm pretty sure. Double shifts, yeah, they're not fun. I've had to do some in the past, but not, especially with old man Brian status, no way. So I got docked a couple of bones for, man, that sucks. Looks like 15, 20 bucks. Ooh, Booyaka Shao, credible. That's right. I'm telling you that social media is important. You got to spend money to make money. How many? I've gotten like 4 or 5 trophies today. I guess this is probably the easiest way to track. And bam, 5 trophies. Not bad. Back. Okay, so not ready to hire anybody yet. Not ready. This is what I when it comes to buying a new shop too, I'm not exactly sure. I feel like I made the wrong choice last time, but I don't really know what the right choice is. Ooh, the right choice. All right. Oops. All right. My microphone was in the way. I had to kind of lean around it to see. What do we got here? Gray sending me memes, probably. It looks good, but I like to see you. Inappropriate, Gray. Inappropriate. Send me more. Send me more. Okay, see how that was bleeding out right there? I could see that from a mile away. So we got 6 objects. Okay. Oh, this is going to be one of those levels. It's the know me, know me, know me, know me. Anybody have any games they'd like to see me play in the upcoming week/months? I know we got Crash Bandicoot and Spyro already suggested. And you know, I mean, just because you suggest doesn't mean I will or won't play them. Some of the games I'm probably gonna go, wah, you know, like, that game's terrible. And some games I'm gonna be like, dude, I've always wanted to play that. So, I mean, it could go various ways. Chicka bam, chicka bam, chicka bam. Oh, looks like one right along the edge there. No, it fooled me. Ooh, splash, splash, splash. So I still need one more before I mow more. Well, what in the what? Here's a random question for you guys. And this applies to everybody, but I guess specifically maybe T-Mobile people, which may only be like one or two of you. I have this really interesting issue. And I've Googled and I've read a little bit, and I've read that people have this issue, but it doesn't seem to be like the same consistency as mine. So I have this issue where when I'm talking to my grandmother, who is 94, she's gonna be 95 years old in June. So like next month, 95 years old. That's crazy. She has an old cordless, I believe it's a Logitech, it's like a 2.4 gigahertz phone. And when I talk to her, and this does not happen to anybody, I don't think it happens to anybody else that talks to her, but I'm also saying it doesn't happen to me while talking to anybody else. My phone will randomly put it on speakerphone. I have a Galaxy S21, I think that's what it is. Uh-oh. Cutting it the wrong height. Okay. What's my height? Height is 5 to 6. And so, okay, so I know when you move your phone away from your face and like the camera will turn the screen on and off and like your cheek can bump buttons. That's not what's happening. I can literally set the phone on the table, not on speakerphone, and after 30 seconds it'll pop on the speakerphone. It does not happen to anybody else when I talk to them. Only her. And I talked to her for 40 minutes yesterday on the phone. And I'm not kidding. It happened 17 times. Where it legit just all of a sudden was like, hey, by the way, you're in speakerphone now. And I would immediately pull the phone away because it was like, you know how it is when speakerphone kicks on. It's loud. It's not expecting your ear to be planted up against the thing, right? So it's loud. So I pull it away, I hit the button, I turn it back off, and 30, 40 seconds goes by. Sometimes 2 minutes, 3 minutes will go by. Because like I said, I talked to her for 40, and it happened 17 times. My wife was standing out right next to me in the backyard, laughing hysterically. Because every time she could hear it, like all of a sudden, she could hear my grandma talking, right? And it doesn't happen when I am talking. It only happens when she is talking. Jeez. So like, I don't know if it has something to do with like her old scratchy voice, you know, like, oh, Brian, I don't know. I don't know if it has anything to do with that or, you know, it's just the weirdest thing. So like I could talk to, you know, my dad, who's also on T-Mobile, or my friend who lives in California, who's on Verizon, or my other friend up in Portland, who's on prepaid. You know, like I can talk to all these different people on different platforms, and I don't have any issues. She is not on a cell phone. It has nothing to do with a hearing aid or anything either. It literally dumps. Now, so I've Googled, and there was an issue where a lot of people were reporting that their phones, their Samsung Galaxy S21s, were throwing it into speakerphone when they weren't trying to be on speakerphone. I've read that, but I don't think there was ever a fix for it, and there was certainly not any reason why it was happening. Like nobody knew why. It's been a while since I've looked it up. There may have been a fix found, but for me, it's so annoying because like I love my grandma, but like talking to her on the phone is hard to hear sometimes, and then it blasts into speakerphone and it's like ungodly loud. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oof. So I don't know if anybody's had that phone, and it might be her phone is junk. We've actually bought her a new phone 2 years ago, because it was just like not working very well. But here's the thing, she's 95 years old. The learning curve on a different phone is unreal. Like, she had to get a new remote for her TV because she found out she had the wrong remote because her remote wasn't working very well. And she was calling me once a week like, Brian, I don't know why this TV's not working right. And then we'd walk through it and I'd get it for, and then we found out when we called the Xfinity, they were like, oh yeah, you got the wrong remote for the TV. That's the wrong box and remote setup. They don't communicate. And so we got her a new remote and it's taken her like a month and a half, 2 months to figure out how to turn the thing on and off. It's not fun. You know how brains are. Old man Brian brains already lean in that direction. It's hard to learn me new things. But so she has a new physical phone, a new Logitech or whatever 2.4 gigahertz cordless home phone. Just a little basic baby guy, right? Like nothing fancy. She won't use it. She will not use it. And so I just didn't know, like I said, it's only with her, but nobody else has reported this. Like, my wife talks to her frequently, never has the issue. She's also on T-Mobile with the same type of phone as me. My mother-in-law on Verizon, not T-Mobile, doesn't ever report this. My mother talks to her quite frequently, never report. My dad on T-Mobile, he has an iPhone, doesn't ever have it. So it seems like it's specific to me and her, but I don't know why my phone, like the only thing I can think of is that there's some sort of like tone or sound that the phone looks for. You know, like when you dial in, like press 1 for Bob, press 2 for Gene, right? Like it knows that it knows the different tones mean different things. So I don't know if there's like a tone that the phone recognizes to turn it on to speakerphone. You know what I mean? Or if it's just something completely wacky. If I try pulling the plug. Giggity? I mean, I'm pretty sure I have medals in that department, but yes, we've tried turning it on and off again too, if that was more of the direction you were heading with that. Or the age of her landline, flipping between 2.4. Yeah, I don't think there is any 4 point. It's literally at 2.4, so it's not smart enough to try and do anything else. And I don't know that it would look for anything else if it doesn't know about it. You know what I mean? Like, I certainly don't try to speak Spanish knowing that I don't speak Spanish or French or, you know, whatever. TTM medals. Yeah, I got my stepdad with that yesterday because Reese has a brace on right now. And my mom was like, oh, Reese, why do you have a brace on? And he goes, oh, I got carpal tunnel. I said, well, that's the, you know, the non-embarrassing way to explain it. And they both looked at me. My mom and my stepdad both looked at me like, what do you mean? I said, TTM syndrome. And they were both like, what's TTM? Tug too much syndrome. And my stepdad lost it. My mom was like, ah, come on. You know, my stepdad lost it. He's like, oh, that's good. That's good. I said, hey, we've all been there. We've all likely been there. Yeah, you missed the singing. I did sing for Gray already. That's why my throat is all hoarse. I can barely talk because of him singing so many times. Happy birthday, Mr. President. I saw you got a good kick out of my response to Joey, too. I noticed Joey hasn't shown his face since then, either. Like, at all. No other postings or no other nothing. Thought we might see him show his face today, too, but I made that mention of Need for Speed Heat, and I think I chased him away. So great, I know you showed up earlier too, but you weren't here when I was actually talking about, when I was pitching the whole thing of the GoFundMe and getting you here and why, you know? We were talking about the wasn't me. And when, like I started off by saying, we didn't create that. Like, we stole that from somewhere else. And you and I may have different versions of where and why we landed on that. But I feel like it goes back to Revenant, whatever that game was that you and Tyler and I played. And I feel like Like I shot you one time and was like, wasn't me, you know, and like you and like it just became a staple after that. Like, and I know there's the Shaggy song, wasn't me, you know, all these others, wasn't me, you know, opportunities, but like when you remember it, what is your, because I know that like the me, like you and I had very different stories of how and why we came to that, right? Like you had I believe a Belgian show that you referenced on that one, where for me it was more of like you know, it's been used in various ways, right? Like across South Park, you know, Cartman and you know, different Family Guy moments, and like it's definitely been used on a lot of pop culture type things. But I just didn't know how you remembered it. And I know that you don't remember anything past last week, but I thought maybe you might have a little tidbit somewhere in there of that one. Wasn't me. Oh no. He's shaking his head at me. Don't shake your head at me, fool. I don't remember at all. Yeah, I know. I know. All them sandwiches. You eat too many sandwiches, sir. I'm surprised we haven't seen the Toonster either, man. I know tomorrow he had a field trip. He was going on a bowling field trip with his one of his daughters. But I mean, we didn't talk today. He's been a busy dude already. Like he's with summer coming up and everything. He's also been working on that Honda he bought. He bought a Honda Civic Si, and he started getting into it. And he found a couple of things that the previous owner had done that were not pleasant. And I mean, he's a mechanic, so he's smart, very well to do and everything. But you know, with parts being as hard to find as they are, and expensive as gas is for, you know, shipping and everything too, like. I know that's been a little bit of a hurdle for his day-to-day as well, but again, I was hoping we would see the Toon. I was informed the other day too that there's apparently new maps for Ultimate Chicken Horse. So I don't know if we want to return to that at some point. I still have 2 trophies to get platinum. I need like 10 or 20 more solos, which is when you basically win the match without any contest from the other, you know, like no contesting other players. Like, so like if I win the level and nobody else beats it, then I pass the level again and nobody else beats it, that usually gives you a solo. I think you have to do it 3 times though. And then there's the comeback where somebody's like kicking butt way ahead, and then you win 2 or 3 in a row and you come back. Now those can be cheesed with an extra controller or just a friend allowing you to win or lose. But I just never spent the time on doing that. So, and I know if we did it, we'd have to make sure that Tyler was available for that day, but so don't play with Tyler, he says. Well, that's been part of the problem, right? You know, I've won my fair share, but I've also lost way more than my fair share. I've also been in the lead by a long shot, no sight, and coming back, and then lost many times too, so. But I know he loves, like, destroying us in those games. And I'm pretty sure, I feel like, didn't Kirsten buy it too? I feel like Kirsten owns that game now as well. Trying to remember who all has it. I think Todd has it, Gray has it, I'm pretty sure Kirsten has it. I feel like she's even played with us a time or 3. I think Joey had it. I don't think he'd ever play that with us ever again, though. Ultimate Chicken Horse. UCH. Yeah, they're totally working on another game right now. I don't know what it is, but I talked to them recently about it. I was like, when are you making 2? They're like, you know, people ask that often. I don't know. That'll probably happen at some point, but right now we're busy on an unannounced game. And I was like, ooh. So maybe it is 2. That would be killer. I don't blame him. Joey added you to a party, huh? My name's Joey, and I like to party. Yeah, I haven't... my last interaction with Joey was on a post that Gray had made on Facebook, and I sort of, I don't know if I want to say I saved Gray, but I sort of like swooped in and tried to take the heat off of Gray, and also by not immediately directing it directly at Joey, I kind of insinuated it was a Joey, and then I haven't heard from him since. He hasn't responded. He didn't like, he didn't dislike, he didn't message me and tell me to go jump off a bridge or, you know, eat a mouthful of tacks or something like that. He didn't say anything, so curious to if he's even read it. I know that he had some stuff going on too. Think it was Joey's kid? Maybe. Talking Gabe or Isaiah? I mean, I guess it could have been one of the Goyles. Yeehaw! The little one, Isaiah. He was the younger one. Obviously not the youngest. Oh man, I just had I mean, he's got a younger baby now too, but God, I'm trying to remember his boy's name. I'm like, it starts with a T, right? I'm drawing a blank. Oh man, Brian strikes again. Yeah, but Gabe's like the older one. I think Gabe's like 15, 14, 15, 16. Then Isaiah was like 7 or 8. Tude Street. Oh, that's right. It is. That's right. It was something like that, right? Because they both had the same last name, and then I remember that. That's right. You're totally right. Youngest is Talia. That's his daughter. Yes. What is the one right above? The older one right above. Like, because there was another boy. Hold on. Let me see. I've got a bunch of junk right here. I'm sure that envelope that I'm looking for isn't going to be the one that I grab, but. Or was it the other way? Was it Harrison Street that Joey lived on? Right? Or because it might have been the other. I feel like that was the. I don't know. I know as soon as I see it, or I just had it a minute ago too. I was just thinking it. Harper, that's totally it. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I don't know if you just picked your brain or if you use Facebook, but either way, I appreciate that. You know how it is when your brain's like I was just there too, like just there. But I kept leaning on T's. I was like, why am I T? But it's because of Talia, because I knew that I was the youngest. Doesn't Tude live on Harper Street? Maybe. I think it's the other way around, though. I think Joey lives on Harrison Avenue or something like that. But it might be that way. You might be right. It's one or the other. Because I remember you and I had that talk, like, what a trip. Their last names are both Bennett. I mean, even though Joey goes by Bebo, Bennett is, I think, his official, like his actual, I don't know. Maybe it's Bebo and he goes by Bennett. Either way. Because I know his Facebook is Bebo. That might just be a nickname, too. we're making some good ground here. We're doing about 4.5. Too bad I can't tune this up. Like, I wish I could put like an intake and exhaust on it, maybe like a supercharger. I definitely put a supercharger versus a turbo because I love the way the superchargers whine with the RPMs. Oof, love me a good like Lysham charger. Woohoo! This company out of Washington, Bon Brenner, used to make superchargers for a certain Volkswagen. And they made these Lysham chargers that were, oh man, you'd hear this car going down the road. And I mean, they'd make vroom vroom sounds too, but you'd hear, like, it was like every gear would have this crazy, like, high-pitched whine sound. Oh, and I just loved it. I wanted one so bad. At the time, I actually had one of the motors that was it was the variant of the motor that didn't have the supercharger, but it was the 8-valve, 1.8 liter engine. And I wanted to get a Lysham charger and have BBM build it, but it was like $4,000 or $5,000, which back in like mid 90s for me, that was a lot of, there was no way ever I was seeing that much money. Now it's not. I mean, obviously money's different now too, right? Like, I was talking to my wife, and her friend just got married, and the wife had a house that was it wasn't gifted to her, but it was like a family house, right? Like that she got a great deal on, was able to buy it from her parents or her aunt or somebody, and but they were buying a house. The husband and wife were buying a house, and they were moving out of the old house. And they decided instead of selling it, they were going to rent it. It's a single bedroom, like 1970s house in Salem, Oregon. Just like single floor, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, I think. They want $2,300 a month for rent. In Salem. For a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, like tiny house. When I was like, before Jillian and I got married and before we were like officially together and everything, you know, we had an apartment together as friends, right? Like we had dated previously, but you know, we weren't dating, and she was dating somebody else. I had a girlfriend at the time, but we lived together. We both needed a roommate, and she had this nice apartment. So I was like, shoot, I can just slide in and pay the rent. And I think it was like $550 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, $550. And I came from another apartment before that with I had a roommate, and it had like a master bedroom with like a master bathroom and everything. Like it was big, it was good size. It had a nice little patio and had parking garage, like an actual parking spot and a garage. And I think we paid like $575 or $600 with the garage. I think it was $50 extra with the garage. And that's crazy to think that basically the same size place. I know it's a house versus an apartment, but even some of these apartments around here are $11, $12, $13, $1,400 for a place that I used to live in for $500, $550. It is crazy. Like, and I know you go to like Seattle or New York or Los Angeles, like you go down to the Bay Area and like San Francisco, that's cheap. I have my cousin. Him and his wife are moving. He got a new job, and he's well to do. He's definitely done well for himself. I don't know exactly what type of businessman he is, but he's in, you know, like finance. And him and his wife are moving out of state, and they lived on Lake Washington. So, like, not too far from Seattle. And actually on the lake. And when I say on the lake, their house wasn't on it. It was literally across the street. But like their house, their driveway, there was a road that went in, and then on the other side of the road there was like a bank, and then it was water. It was the lake. There was a house, a couple, you know, little like 2 or 3 lots down, in a house. So they had like what looked like just city park land up to this lake. They wanted $4,700 a month for rent. $4,700. Basically $5,000. You throw in utilities. I'm gonna crack a can, so beware. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, $4,700. And that was like the homie price. He was like, hey, any of my friends or family looking to rent a house? I think their listed price was $5,300 a month. And apparently Seattle's got, and maybe Ray's can confirm or deny this. Apparently Seattle has a little bit of a tech boom right now. Like, it's not like the new Silicon Valley or anything, but there's a whole bunch of startups and companies are moving up there. I don't know if it's better tax, better. I don't know why. It seems like most places are moving to Texas, but he was kind of insinuating that there was like this boom happening and that all these people, and like that would be cheap for these people. I mean, some of these people are making $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year. That's not very much, right, for rent. You pay $60,000 a year in rent. You're making $500K. Woo-hoo! So the boom is back. Okay. Yeah, I know that like for a while there was stuff happening up there, but then Silicon Valley sort of happened, right? Because like Washington was the home of Microsoft and, you know, a bunch of other stuff too, some smaller stuff. Of course, Starbucks too. I mean, that was a booming place for a long time, but it seems like in the last, I don't know, probably 2 decades, that has slowed down a lot. And it seems like other places like down in like Southern Cali and like there seemed to be like, you know, a very big area, and that sort of started dying. And now I keep hearing all these companies moving to Texas or Ohio. I don't know why those 2 places. It has something to do with like maybe labor laws or taxes on corporations or something. I'm not really sure, but and that's what I thought too, because like Seattle is one of the most expensive places to live in the United States. I think it goes like New York, San Francisco, Seattle. I think. I mean, that might be old news, but I feel like that's probably fairly close to an accurate guess of the top 3 most expensive places to live. Because New York, there's just no space. And so they just charge an arm and a leg for nothing, right? And that's why IKEA has become so popular, because there's nowhere to put anything. So IKEA made all these little small, tiny little things, and now everybody buys them. But some of the tech guys are making $50K a month. Yeah, I would imagine. You know, especially some of the bigger, you know. I mean, when you got guys like, you know, Amazon and Google owners and like Mark Cuban, like Oracle owner, you know, those guys are billionaires. You got to figure that there's lots of millionaires below them that are, you know, worth 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, you know, like it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Where all this money comes from, I don't know. I'll take some of it though. Hand it over. Listen, bro, a lot of jobs, Gray. A lot of jobs, man. Well, you know, the cost of living is completely different in every state. It really is. You know, I was talking to Todd, right? To Tude about Ohio. You know, they were looking at houses and stuff to buy a house. It's so different. It is so different. So, and Paz too. Paz lives down in Florida. So I figured Florida, super expensive, right? I figured that would be way more. So where he lives in Okeechobee, Florida, it's like 1/4 of the price to live compared to here. Like, you know, gas prices, grocery prices, you know, rent, like houses, like, I remember because he actually, for a while, was like, bro, I'm moving to Oregon. My wife and I are moving to Oregon. And he was like, listen, I'm going to transfer to move out. So, you know, he works for the U.S. Postal Service, and he was going to transfer out here. And he's like, look, I've worked for him for like a decade. They'll totally move me wherever I want as long as there's a position open. And I was like, bro, there's a dude that's leaving our spot. Like, our mailman's been here for 15 years. He's leaving. You could come take over this spot. And he's like, that'd be dope. And so, like, he started talking to his people, and they were like, listen, we can't make any guarantees on where you end up, but if you want to go to Oregon, we can get you to Oregon. And so Paz started looking at houses, and he was like, dude, how do you guys live out there? And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, I mean, are you making like $2,000 an hour or something? And I was like, no, not at all, bro. I'd probably make less than you do. And he was like, well, how are you affording any of this stuff? Like property taxes on top of all that too? Like, he's like, that is insane. And Todd said the same things. And I had two of my best friends, they're cousins, Corey and Tony. They both just packed up and moved to Texas because life is way cheaper down there. And, you know, the sun's out more. Like, it makes no sense. Why would it be cheaper to live down there when there's, you know, it's just crazy. But it won't be long. All the open space and all the houses that are being built and everything, it's all going to change and it's going to flip-flop. And that's not going to be a cheap place to live in 5 or 10 years from now either. And I think we're going to probably have to look at the moon or somewhere by that time because everywhere's getting developed. So little of places left in Oregon to develop anything. I mean, you just got to start knocking stuff down and redeveloping stuff. And Oregon was a hugely dominant, like, wilderness state. Like, we still have forests, don't get me wrong. I'm not, we got lots of forest stuff left, but where the cities are and stuff, I mean, so many houses are crammed in. Like, lots that were built 20 years ago have lots built into them now because there's just no room and people are building on building on building. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. You know, the cost of a house here is, on average, it's about $400,000. That's on average. So, like, you got to think, like, the fixer-upper, smaller, one-bedroom, you know, maybe considered crappy houses. Those are bringing the average down. Most of the houses that we see are $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 for stuff that we would want to live in, right? Like the houses in the areas, it's crazy. So we've been saving for a while. We got some money stacked up, but it ain't enough. It ain't enough. You know, we keep revisiting the concept of maybe like trying to make an offer on my family house because we still have the family house that hasn't been sold yet. And I mean, we were expecting it to sell for like 400, maybe 500,000 with the property and everything that it has. The house next to it, a little bit bigger, a little bit newer, like 5 years newer. And it had 2 more bedrooms, right? So a little newer and 2 more bedrooms. It sold for $785,000. Same size property, same size lot, same street, right next to each other, right? Same, like literally neighbors. They share the same property lines. Same field in the back, same everything. $700,000. So I don't know what. We certainly don't have $700,000 to offer my family, right? But through some weird loopholes, there's, you know, talk that I'm supposed to be part of the inheritance of that house selling. So we've talked about like trying to work a deal where, but even then it's like the money we have to offer isn't what we think that place will likely sell for. You know, we want to offer like $300,000, be like, listen, it's family, you know, 3 brothers, each get $100,000 out of the sale. Like, you know, but I mean, that's not enough. That's not enough. Like, we're embarrassed to offer that because that's not enough. And there's a huge factor too. I don't think I can get internet out there. But no, the GoFundMe, and I stated too, if that GoFundMe thing happens for you, Gray, it would be we got enough to get you here, or if it's not enough, everybody gets their money back. We don't take money if we don't get the goal reached, right? So like, if there's a way to cancel it and give everybody their money back, that's what we would do if we didn't get you here. If we got you here, you know, then you'd stay with me in my house, and then we'd obviously do some videos, and then we'd go to the Shaggy concert. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. You know how much fun we'd have? Drinking cheap beer at the fair, and then go on some rides afterwards and just vomit over everybody. House in my neighborhood sold for one. Oh yeah, no. There's 1 in 10 houses here in Oregon is $1 million house. Seriously, some of them have property. I've seen houses for $8 million with like, you know, horse stables and 4 acres. $8 million. Cheap beer, yeah, buddy. At the state fairs, they usually don't have good beer. They usually have like cheap, like, you know, Miller High Life, Blue Ribbon, stuff like that. We could go see the bearded lady. They have all sorts of like random things here. Lots of stuff. I can only drink Belgian. Well, you wouldn't have any access to Belgian beer at the state fair. We have a place that likely has Belgian beer here in town. Yeah, remind me to tell you the story on that place later. But they do have a good beer selection, but they've got other stuff there too. It's a very unusual store. It's a very unusual store. And Chacho, you'd be surprised. We might get that GoFundMe up yet. But we got till September to make it happen. So that's quite a few months, but it'll be here before we know it though, too, right? Like, September comes fast. All right, so this is an odd shape, and I've sort of got a very odd line on all of this now. I'm almost done. I forget how little of actual contracts I get to finish each week. You know, like, this is what, my 4th yard? But it's going so much faster. I remember when we had the one that picked up, right? With the bag, with the catcher. We had to empty all the time and everything too. Oh man, I was getting these done in like one done an hour. That's crazy. We've done a couple. Let's see here. I can't grab too seriously. Well, September doesn't have to. Yes, it does. Kirsten, you have no idea how bad I want it to be October already. Needs to be October, like tomorrow. I need October to be here so that the NBA season can start off again, and I can be back watching the Blazer games. Blazers didn't really play many games this season, you guys. Like, they actually had 82 games on the schedule, but I'm telling you, 50 of those games, at least 50 of those games were played with players that were not even part of the team when the season started, and that will not be on the team next year. They were sort of fill-in players for our team. We made a bunch of trades. We dropped a bunch of players. And almost everybody that played in those, 50 plus games, they were all rookies that most of them hadn't ever played any NBA minutes before. So players that we'd never heard of and that, we might not hear of again in the future. And some of them might actually play a hefty amount for certain teams, just probably not the Blazers. So like our star players, one of them got traded. Actually, a handful of them got traded. Norman Powell, Robert Covington, CJ McCollum. All those guys got traded, no longer part of the Blazers. Most of them had multi-year contracts and had either been with the Blazers or were expected to be with the Blazers for 3, 4, 5 years. All gone. Next year, moving forward, there's four guys on the team that were here last year. I don't think there's any more than 4 guys that are expected to be on the team next year that were here this last year. So it's crazy. And we've had so much continuity. We always shuffled a couple of guys, right? Every year we'd get 1 guy or 2 guys and drop a couple guys. But I mean, new rookies or whatever, but not like this. This is the first time in over a decade that something like this has happened with the Blazers. They made the playoffs 8 years in a row. This is the first year they haven't made it in a decade, you guys. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. So for me as a Blazer fan, we don't win a lot. We're not used to like being champions, but we're not used to being lottery teams that struggle and lose a ton of games. Like, tons of games. That was challenging, driving and drinking at the same time. Although it was pineapple Waterloo. It's sparkling flavored water. No adulting here. Although it would be fun to get some, like, something going with some alcohol and a couple of us. I know we've talked about that before. I just don't know how. There's a large group that's like super I don't know, reserved, if you will. And I'm not sure that they want to see me drinking. I know there's a lot of people. I'd probably gain 100,000 subs if I did some weekly drinking streams, right? If I cussed a lot more, I'd probably gain more people too, right? There's a few things that would likely gain me, but it's like, I don't know if I want to sell out. If I played Minecraft, probably get a lot. So there's certain sellout factors that I can do that would help in certain ways. And, you know, we're hitting a low for the channel, as I've mentioned. It's pretty low. It's the first time I've damaged from doing burnouts. So it might be time to bust out some of those sellout games. Fortnite's getting pretty awesome. Not. Although I did read that Fortnite is adding some sort of a tool set, I think it's for PC, that allows people to use genuine Fortnite editing tools and stuff. Not just making like builds with like wood and like the creation of a level or a task. And then they're gonna let you publish them, and there's gonna be like a contest or something too, which I thought was kind of cool. It'd be fun to make like a SOCOM version of it, which I think has already been done. I've been encouraged to play it, so I'm assuming it exists. The sloshed stream. Yeah, I don't drink much, so I'm pretty much a lightweight, especially with this bourbon. That butterscotch bourbon not butterscotch, the brown sugar bourbon that I was talking about, it's 103 proof. So it's basically fire water. It's crazy. Holy crap, it's almost 2 o'clock. I thought it was creeping up on 1. It's almost 2. I have not heard from Reese yet today, although my phone is behind me, so I can't see if he's texted me or not. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me know if it lights up, please. Not really. So one more swoop by this and it should give it to me. Bing! Oh, you... Why, I oughta... Oh, I hope I'm not gonna have to go around the outer edge again, because there's a couple of corners that were super sus. Oh. Okay. That's not gonna be 0.6 though. Actually, I only need like 0.4. 0.3 or 0.4. Wasn't even 0.1. It's like there's gonna be some spots like that. Still didn't get nothing. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that was a good corner there. Aha! Wait, how long does it say the location complete? Okay, right there at the end. Okay, good. I say, if I've been driving around. Go on. Couldn't decide whether it wanted to lift up or drop the stuff. Fuel it up. Ooh, fuel it up. Oh, so we're still above 50% on our... Let's see here. Out, need to shower, double sleep, early shift. Ooh. Not double sleep, you have a double shift. Gotcha. All right, Davy's Garden done did. Okay. Booyaka Shao, Blade Runner. Sprint a total of 1 mile in career mode. All right, I'll take it. Weekly report. All right, so first week done. Okay. So I probably got time for one more smaller one. Oh, come on. They got the orchard. Let's see if Reese has texted me. Oh, he has. Let's see what time he's out. Oh, it's wifey. She pulled a muscle in her stomach yesterday. Trying to yeet a weed. It was like the King Supreme weed. It was like 4 feet tall. I should have photographed the whole thing. We like used a trowel and like dug around where the bane. I mean, it was like this thick. It was crazy. The tie barons don't spawn, so I can't return to sender challenge. Well, sorry about that. You'll have to restart your system. Reese just texted me something on Facebook Marketplace. He says, I think I'm in love. And he gave me like the longest link ever. Oh, God. He found a Mark 6 GTI. It's black. And he says, I think I'm in love. No check engine light, bone stock. Owned by my girlfriend, and she's looking to buy a new car. So this one will have to go. We just had this talk the other day about the Audi, because we did a price check on the Audi, and it's not going to fetch us as much money as we were hoping to. Ultimately, it's still sort of free money, because my mom more or less gifted us the car. We had to pay for some maintenance, and we had to pay for title change and new tags, and we had to buy a car cover. So, I mean, we've got a few $100s invested into the car. But, I mean, the car's still worth like $3,000. So, and the car was always supposed to be sort of Reese's like learning to drive car, but also like his, you know, something to drive in the summertime. It's not a very safe car. I mean, a convertible teenager, probably not the best fit, right? So he's always kind of been back and forth, but like, you know, the ladies love a convertible, so he doesn't want to get rid of it. And ultimately, you know, his mom and I have been back and forth and back and forth and back and forth about whether we're going to keep it or sell it. The other day, I finally told him, I said, listen, you need to decide what you want. Because he came at me and he said, hey, I want to buy a new PC. Will you help me buy it? Because he doesn't have $2,000 to spend, and that's a good PC is $1,500 to $2,000. And so we started talking, and I was like, listen, I'm not going to buy you a PC so you can play more video games, bro. Like, if you're going to do it so that you, like, want to work on, like, graphical stuff, if you want to make videos, if there's some reason that you want to do this, it's here. Okay, so drop it like it's hot, turn it on. What's my height? 6. Where am I at? Okay. You know, then we'll talk. But then he got pissed. He's like, I don't want to be lectured about what I'm going to be doing and not doing on my new computer. I just asked you if you'd help me buy it. So, well, if you want me to help you, you're going to hear what my sort of demands or expectations are, because that's a lot of money to fork over to a kid who's working only a couple days a week right now and spending all that money on, you know, Arnold Palmer tees and you know, video games, right? Like, he can spend it however he wants, but if he wants to buy something like that. So I told him, I said, listen, you have to decide if you're going to want a car or not. Because if you don't want a car, then you can save your money for a computer. We could probably work out a deal. But if you're going to want a car, then you need to save your money for that car, because I'm not going to be paying for a $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $10,000 car. We have the car that we could trade in and get some money for, so that's a helper, right? That the Audi could be a buffer for that, or it could be more money for our house payment too. We've talked about many things. The other day, he was like, all right, I don't want it. I want a computer. I'm just going to save my money. And there's never been an option where he can sell the car and buy the computer. That's not an option. Like, that's not happening. And so I told his mom, I said, well, hey, Reese said he doesn't need a new, he'll drive the Prius from now on, so we can sell the Audi and go buy kayaks. And she said, cool, we'll do it tomorrow. And Reese went, wait, what? He was like not ready to sell it again at that point. So, you know, we've just been back and forth and back and forth. And you know, we've talked about if we do buy him a car, we'd like it to be a manual because we want him to know how to drive a stick. Not a necessity, but as by, you know, 4 or 5 years from now, they probably won't even manufacture manuals. I mean, they'll still be around for another decade or more, but, you know, after another cash for clunkers type of trade-in where they take a bunch of old cars and things like that, we're going to start seeing a lot of them disappear. You check on the gravel pit. What? Gravel pit for what am I, what did I, I'm sure I said something that led to that joke, but I don't remember what it was. talking about stomping Cheetos in the car and exploding a soda in the back. Regardless, though, so, and now he's sending me links to cars to buy. You know, bone stock GTI wouldn't be bad. It's got quite a few miles on it. The guy is wanting quite a bit for the car. I feel like if we put like a $6,000 or $7,000 price tag on our Audi and sold it privately, we could probably get that. Because it seems like cars are going crazy, but the trade-in value for how I evaluated the car was about $3,000. I was thinking like 5 or 6, honestly. 5 or 6 with how everything is inflated right now, but 3,000 is what it said for an all-wheel drive Audi convertible with a bad top. It needs a top. But here was the kicker. It was only adding $500 for a better top. And it costs about $1,500, well, about $2,000 for the crappy top. They have a couple different grades of tops, and we'd want the medium or best top. Unless we're just really just selling it. I don't know, it's tough. Whoops. Missed a little right there. So I don't think I've seen any suggestions or requests as far as like future streams or anything. Did I miss them? Sort of a wasted pass if I'm only doing like a quarter of my blade. Jeez. Jizz. Wall. I thought right there it was gonna bog down. The bird noises are so much louder than like everything else. It's crazy. I don't know if it's that way on the stream or not, but it's like way loud in my ear. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, I didn't even realize I have my Vic sweatshirt on today, which is green. I know I put green lights on and I'm playing a green game and I have a green frame. That was all planned. I did not even realize I had my green sweatshirt on. Like, wow, why am I so green? I'm like, oh, I got a green sweatshirt. I do have a really cool Lego t-shirt on under, I don't think you guys have seen yet. I feel like I wore it. Ooh, excuse me. I feel like I wore it during the stream. For the not the Looney Tunes, the Muppets. But I think I called, when I said I did the blind bagger, I think I called them Looney Tunes then earlier. Maybe not. But I did get a full set. I still haven't decided how I'm gonna do the frame. Whoa, hiccups. I found this really cool, it's like a set. I think I told you guys. And I want to build that inside the frame. Think like Hollywood squares, right? How like each character would have its own sort of like squared off little area. It's kind of like that. Come on, votes. Last chance to vote. We're going to be closing that vote down here in a minute. If you guys haven't voted in the poll, please do. Of course, it doesn't commit you to anything. It just gives me an idea that, you know, some of you are willing to help contribute. I mean, at this point, though, if we're looking at half of 58, we're looking at about $55. I don't know how far that gets you, Gray. Bro, can we slap you in a container and then, like, ship you to us? I wonder if that's a thing. You have left grass clippings. What? I don't see no clippings. I wonder how much it would cost to, like, slap Gray in, like, a... you know, like a transport box and then have them transported. Yeah, no pension for me today, huh, Raised? Looks like he's just vibing, right? That's gonna be a sloppy pass to clean up. Trying to match the line. No, sir. Well, I'm only half done? What? I mean, next time you see me with this game, I might have like a whole cavalry of helpers. I don't know. I probably won't play it, honestly. I do want to play Ghostwire Tokyo again. As most of you that are here would be my like diehards, my everydays, my people that would be here no matter what I play. But knowing that, do you guys want to see more of that Ghostwire Tokyo game? Where I was like, had like those demons and I was like pulling demon souls out of people and like jumping around and collecting all those things. And like, that game was so different. It was like a breath of fresh air. I don't know why. I've hesitated on playing more of it because I didn't want to like just disappear from where we left off and like have it be in a completely different place. But I mean, if you guys aren't interested in it, then I'll probably play it on my own whenever I have time for stuff. I know that we're going to be going to Eagle Crest here in about I don't know, month and a half, 2 months. I'll definitely have some downtime while I'm there. Although we're going to try to do some hikes. I'm expecting to be in better shape than I've been in the last few years we've gone. You know, with me doing walks every day and everything and like doing a small regimen of other things to help out and just trying to be outside and active more. I feel like I'm going to be more willing and able to go on. Like there's this ponds, this cool like Blue Lake Pond. It's called Tamalich Pond that we've always wanted to do, but we've never gone into. And I've thought about investing. Like last year, I was going to invest in a new drone because my drone that I have is very usable, but it's also very crappy in a lot of ways. Like the new ones are awesome. Oh yeah, and Kirsten, did you ever find out what your dad got? I'm curious to see if he got like a big boy or if it was just like you know, because I mean, you could spend $50 on a drone or you could spend $5,000 on a drone. The one I'm looking at is roughly about $2,500. So I'm not in a hurry to spend money. But if my Best Buy card's empty, which it might be, the last purchase I made was my stream PC, not my Alienware, but my stream PC. And I'm pretty sure that's paid off. Damage? What? Must be wet. He got the Ranger Plus. I'm not familiar with that. Is that the brand, the Ranger Plus? Or is that probably the model? Because there's probably a Ranger and a Ranger Plus would be my guess, but I really have no idea. Where'd he get it at? Best Buy? Amazon? The one that I'm looking at is the, I don't know which version of the Mavic, but it's DJI is the brand. They're one of the, like, they've been around pretty much the longest as far as consumer drones go. 3DR, which was around for a long time too. They're the ones that made my Solo. And the Solo was like the future of drones. And then something happened. I think they made a deal with the devil, with somebody, and I think it fell through. And then they found an opportunity to be like the go-to for automation with drones. And so they have a lot of like the early, like the program, like you could set a program and like a field and a barrier and all these things. And like it would follow you if it wanted. You could tell it to work. So like you could program it to do a lot of things. Did I already do this whole thing? Yeah, I was gonna say I already did that one. But then all of a sudden they stopped supporting it. Their app quit getting updated. So you have to have like an old Android phone to even run their software, because all the new software, all the new updates for the phone doesn't support the old app. So basically the app never got updated to meet the Android standards. So I have to use like I broke a phone a long time ago and T-Mobile gave me a new one. I never had to send it back or do nothing. but it's got a crack in the screen, but it still works. No service to it or nothing, but I don't need it. I just need the Wi-Fi and the app. So I've been able to use that phone, which has been awesome, but at the same time, I have to use an old crappy phone from like 10 years ago as my screen to view, and the brightness and the battery and everything, it's just, so it's not super ideal. So, but I don't fly it or do a lot of, but if we're going on hikes and doing stuff, then like, I could probably sell the wife on getting another one. But you know what that's gonna mean? Well, if you're getting a drone, I'm getting a kayak. Let's see here, the newer Mavics do that, I thought. Yes, no, they all do. All of them do now. But when the Solo 3DR, the 3DR Solo was made, the DJI Phantoms, Mavic wasn't even around yet. They were still making the Phantoms back then, which were their kind of bigger unit. And the Phantoms had no automation. In fact, my Phantom 2, which I got the Solo to replace, to upgrade my Phantom 2. My Phantom 2, you can't even see what the camera can see. So you just gotta know the drone and sort of the angle of the camera, what it can see, and then shoot it from that. So you have to shoot it blindly. But with my Solo, you can see it. And all the new ones all have all that stuff. But I mean, you gotta remember, I was doing drone flying before it was cool. I was doing drone flying before it was commercially, like, people weren't doing it for real estate yet. Not many. I mean, big $1 million houses and stuff were probably doing it, but the average realtor was not hiring or using a drone. Like, this was, you know, probably 10 years ago when I mean, I could find out when I actually ordered my Phantom, because I got it from Amazon, and I'd be able to look that up. I'm curious now. Now I want to know when I got that. It's been a long time, though. Like, I would say a decade plus. Because I just had some things pop up in my feed the other day from when I was foot golfing with my drones. And that was 7 years ago. And I'm pretty sure I had the Solo for that, which would mean it would be 8 or 9 years ago since I had the Phantom. Which is just crazy to think that, like, I was flying drones 10 years ago. And this isn't like a flex, I'm cooler than your dad or anything else. I'm just saying, like, the technology now is 1,000 times better than it was when I was actually getting into it. And my first Phantom, the Phantom 2 that I bought, it cost me $2,000 for extra blades, the controller, because you had to buy that separately, because there was a couple to choose from. And then I had to buy the gimbal. The gimbal was $400. So the drone was like 12, the gimbal was 400. Then the case, the carrying case was 250. And then the extra batteries, I think they were 150 a piece. So yeah, I had like 2 G's into my Phantom. And then I bought the Solo, which was $1,300. Then I had to buy the Solo case and the gimbal, which were each like $200 and $400. So, I mean, I got like $4,000 into 2 drones, and I haven't flown either of them in like, I think the last time I really flew my Solo was when we were in Hawaii, which was like 5-6 years ago. That's crazy. Well, not really, not for the good ones. You can get drones for cheaper now, but like the Mavic, the one that I want, it's $2,300 for the kit that I want. So it's about the same. The only difference is you can buy it all in a bundle together now. And that would also include the FPV goggles too, which I did not have before. And I'm not even sure I can use those. I have such a motion sickness issue that, you know, I might have to take Dramamine or something to use those, if I can even do it. I know that Reese would be able to use them because he VRs and all that stuff. He's young, you know. I'm just old. So I gotta make a pass out there and get those clippings. I feel like this is the last block. I think I got all other sides and areas. I don't see any grass left over there. That's a bunch of crap. Yeah, so if I were to get into another drone, it would cost me about the same, but the technology I would be getting is light years different. And you said size too. The size of most of the drones have gotten significantly smaller. You know, I don't think I could fit my Phantom and my Solo on this desk at the same time without, you know, serious maneuvering, where I could put, you know, There's a couple of small, like DJI has a couple of small Mavics that are like way small. Yeah, you know, I've done some fun videos, right? Like I did the whale watching. That was probably my most notable or most epic catch. I'd like to get one that would follow me in the car. Like, I don't know how well it would work, but we've got this place called The Flats. A lot of places have areas like marshland, open, you know. It's almost like drag strip type of roads that are never traveled on, hardly ever traveled on. It's like I could go out and like do burnouts and, you know, launches and other things with these drones hovering or flying behind me. But I don't know how well they'll keep up. I know that my old one did 30 miles an hour. The Solo did 30 miles. It was like 27. But I don't know how fast the new ones go. I would imagine some of them go faster, and the majority of them are probably slower, because the average consumer doesn't need speeds of that. It's just like the Teslas, right? Like, not everybody needs the Plaid Model S, right? Like, that thing was like 1,000 horsepower equivalent or whatever, all-wheel drive? No. Those things are stupid fast. One of my childhood buddies has a Model S. Not the Plaid, but a Model S, which was the one right before the Plaid. Thing is stupid fast. It's like 0 to 60 in like, I don't know, it's like 2 seconds. It's ridiculous. Exo drone. Okay, cool. I'll have to check that out. I feel like Exo drone is one of the brands that Best Buy used to carry. I feel like a lot of their stuff, though, if it's the same brand, was like big, bulky camera, like 6-prop ones. I don't know, though. I'll click the link here as soon as I hawk my chariot. So it looked like I got maybe 2 more passes after this one. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to nail that. Although it might hit my percentage with 1 more pass. Despite there being like a stripe. Yep, look at that. And I think we determined last time, it does not change my reputation or anything by not fixing that last little spot up. Fuel it up. All right, you got like 1 minute till I close the poll, so if you haven't voted, do so now. I'll click this link and check out this drone real quick. Huh. It looks kind of like a Mavic. Uh-oh. Leave it, Drex. Leave it. His timing of loudness is actually pretty good because we're wrapping it up right now. Hey, Booyaka Show! Sizes and everything. See, Gray, I told you. All right, how many did I get today? 7. 7 out of 55. That's quite a few. And you said he got the plus? Enter to win a USA Ranger Plus. 5 winners will be accepted. Hey, how frustrating would it be if I win one? Mobile number. 5 winners will be selected by submitting this form. You agree to receiving automated promotion. Yeah, no, I'm not. You could send me. Now my email's in their system, but my phone. So I don't qualify for the stupid drone flyer, but I'm not going to be getting all their crap sent to my phone. So let's see here. See drone. Plus. Okay. So definitely reasonably priced. And that's way crazy. Okay, so it's got a 2K. Okay. Awesome entry-level drone. Awesome drone anyways, right? Like, is that American flag that's on it? Yeah, it's the USA edition. Did he get the USA edition? Inquiring minds want to know, did he get the USA edition? Hey, Elia, what's up? Welcome to the stream. We're actually getting ready to shut down. I'm going to go back here, finish this, make sure I didn't unlock any more trophies. All right. So we made a couple grand because I spent some too, right? I ran some advertisements. In fact, we still got a couple days left on our local flyers. I'm going to go ahead and just buy some more social media right now so that's actively going. Boy, I could blow it all. I don't think we want to do that, though. He's got the black one. Okay, good. Anyways, guys, Mowing Monday is back. maybe next week too. We'll see how this performs between now and then. And of course, you know, your guys' comments have kind of shown that you didn't hate it. You didn't hate it. We'll maybe revisit the whole concept of getting gray here later in the year, which would be pretty awesome. You guys are pretty awesomely generous, knowing that out of 61 votes, over half of you, so at least 30. We got at least $30, bro. We got at least $30. I don't think that would even cover like a quarter of the trip of shipping an envelope to him, but maybe it would. But yes, it was fun. It's nice to be back, sort of. The schedule's going to be a little sporadic for the next week or two. As I already mentioned, Friday I've got some stuff going on, so I won't be able to stream. Tomorrow's kind of a coin flip. There may be a stream of Apex, probably not, but we'll see. And then Wednesday I do plan on returning for Agent Intercept, which I could show you guys. Go here. So this is Agent Intercept, what it looks like anyway. So it's a transforming spy vehicle, and it's an over-the-top arcade action game. So lots of shooting, crashing, and booming. And this car does transform. So like, I believe it can be on water, so it turns into a boat at some point. And I think it might even fly or glide to an extent too. So let's see here. Haha, already have an Exo drone ad pop up right now. Like on the YouTube popped up? Are you kidding me? It's funny how that works, huh? I won't lie. There was something I was looking at for my wife. I don't want to tell you what it is because I'm going to talk about it on the game break. I saw it and I was like, that is really unusual, very unique, very different. Next day, Facebook pushed it again. I was like, oh, that's really cool. Next day, it wouldn't let me get away from it. So I finally was like, all right, on like the 20th day, I was like, all right, I'm buying this. And I bought it. And she loves it. Absolutely. Like almost teared up. Like, what? I've never even seen this before. How did you do that? Pretty cool stuff. So the power of advertising. It's pretty impressive. What's impressive too is I haven't even played Apex in this whole season yet. I haven't even got a chance to play RoboCop. I know that's not his name, but doesn't he look like RoboCop? I'd buy that for $1. All right, guys. Again, thank you so much for hanging out. Much love to you all. It was great to interact and see you guys on a different level. I know that we've been sort of interacting via comments and, you know, a stream here and there. We've had a couple. We had the game break. We had the blind bag Muppets. But other than that, it's been dormant. So it's good to see you. I will be back on Wednesday for sure. Maybe tomorrow. And then next week, it'll probably be Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That'll probably be what I'm shooting for the next month or two. Monday, Wednesday, Friday streams. And then after the Skywalker saga is like done, I will likely pick an old school Lego game to revisit. Might be like Lego Batman 2 or something on the Xbox. Something that I have played before, that we have a guide for, but we have not revisited. So there's a lot of those, right? I haven't done like any of the Marvels again. So I got Superheroes 2, Avengers. We got DC supervillains. We got Lego Batman 2. You know, I've done a guide for 1, but we did that not too long ago, so I feel like it's way too early to be jumping back into that. But, you know, I still haven't done the guide for Lego Indy 2, so again, like I mentioned earlier, we'll likely jump into that at some point, you know, before the year ends. I have another game that I might check out. Like the guide is pretty much done, so there, I at least need to get that guide on the website once it is quote unquote done, just so that effort and that time and that practice work has you know, a chance to be something of reality versus just behind the scenes thing. But you know, whether videos will come for that or not, I don't know. And whether you guys would even want to see videos for this particular project would be unknown. But, you know, lots of things in the works. We got a game break coming up a week from tomorrow. So I should have some answers and some new stories to tell by then. So if I don't see you between now and then, hopefully we'll see you then. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me, guys. You know the drill. Head on over to any of our social medias. If you hadn't already, please check out HappyThumbsGaming.com, the home of our product. And, well, I guess it's more of our trophy achievement guides at this point. So check it out. As for me, guys, that's going to do it. As always, until next time. See ya.